Check, check, check. There we go. Hi, friends. We're just waiting for the meeting to get started. I'm going to try to share the link out a little bit while we are waiting for the Zoom to start. And I'm just going to Facebook and Twitter and all that stuff. So what's on the agenda for today? Well, a couple things. They're going to hopefully they're going to announce the results of the protest petition, the Delta engineering study. It's going to tell us whether the protest petition was successful or not. That would require a supermajority vote. Of course, there was another. If you've been watching the Bill Huston podcast, you will know that there's another requirement for the supermajority vote, and that is General Municipal Law, Section 239M, Paragraph 5. And nobody's talking about that, though, except for me. So I don't know if that's going to have any usefulness or what. Let me share this. And they're also going to hopefully rescind the the zoning change, which I describe as removing the express prohibition on incinerators. Here we go. Linda Jackson called it adding special restrictions, which is kind of goofy. All right, just gonna set this up a little bit. Come on, where did Zoom go? All right, that's the one I wanted to get rid of. This is always a pain. There we go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Bob. No, I can't.
Yeah. Sometimes there's a bit of a delay whilst you start and then they tell you you're muted.
Hi, Ellen. Hi, Ellen.
Okay, hopefully we're getting audio from... We're getting my audio. Check, check, check. Hopefully you can hear them before they all get muted. Just setting up the framing a little bit. And then I'm going to go back to sharing the link out. And I'm going to kill my mic as soon as they get started.
Ted, can you hear us on there?
Yeah, I can hear you. Did you hear me? Did you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Anthony?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a big echo, though.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Hold on.
Ja Rastafari.
How about now?
Yeah, I think that's because too many people on the phone are unmuted or something, maybe.
Yeah, that's the way we had to do it last time. So we could try it. I guess everyone at home will just have to stay on mute until we get to the public hearing section.
Okay, I'm turning my mic off, and we're going to watch the meeting together. Maybe I'll...
Yeah, there's just a big echo afterwards.
Yeah, we have it here too.
What about, is there some phones on there, unmuted there? I guess we got to all be unmuted for that.
Say hi in the chat if you're watching, and also be sure to smash the like button. Hit that like button. Let's get the likes up. We got 0 likes. We got 4 people watching right now. So I want to see 1 like. Somebody can hit the like button. 5. We're up to 5 people watching now. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. And be sure to subscribe to the Bill Huston podcast. History hunting with Tom. Will they ever figure this out? The technology, I kind of doubt it, Tom. They always seem to struggle with this, but it's a big job to run one of these events, I think. And
Try it.
hi, Renee. Thanks for joining.
See what we can do.
Subscribe to the Bill Huston.
Sounds better.
No.
If you subscribe to the Bill Huston podcast
Okay, as long as it comes in.
and click the bell and select all notification, you will get notified whenever I go live.
Yeah. My computer's on mute.
I just did a great...
The call-in number, the 2421, is on mute.
I just...
It's still picking up our voice through there, so I don't know.
I'm going to do an update, a podcast.
It's better than it was.
I don't know if it'll be after this or maybe tomorrow.
It's still an echo, but not half as loud.
Got some major updates going on.
No, it might be a little echo.
I did a giant foil request back in April, and they finally just completed it. Oh, are they doing this? Is that the Pledge of... Uh-oh, I guess we should... They're doing the pledge. Okay, I'm gonna turn my mic off, and we're just gonna watch the meeting together. And if you want to stick around for a chat afterwards, I might come on the camera and we can talk about it a little bit. If anything happens during the show, be sure to put something in the chat, and maybe we can discuss it in the chat while this is all going on. There's a lot of stuff. We're going to get the Delta engineering report. I think there's some talking going on in the room. We can't hear it at all.
No,
They can't hear.
here. Her computer is broken. She should throw it away.
Yeah.
It's a typical cluster, Tom. History hunting with Tom. And Renee, whoever else is watching.
Okay. Okay, now I'm unmuted. Now,
Okay,
can people
bye.
hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, good. All right, at our last meeting, Trustee Warner requested we opened up the boardroom to residents. Now, Trustee Warner hasn't been in the boardroom for the village meetings for over 5 months for a very legitimate reason. He does not want to take any chances on being exposed to the COVID virus, which we all can understand. But I don't want others exposed either, especially when they can observe these meetings from the safety of their homes. However, our court attendant and I have been discussing ways of doing this kind of meeting for over 2 months. Because of social distancing guidelines, we can only accommodate 6 guests into the boardroom. We would allow the first 6 people to come into the boardroom, but anyone else who came to the village hall would be turned away and have to observe the meeting on Zoom. Since all participants must be entitled to the exact same rights in the boardroom or on Zoom, everyone would continue to have to submit their topics in writing the Friday before a meeting by noon and be put on a list to speak. No one could just come to the boardroom and speak at the last minute. The guest would have to follow all COVID rules. With the added expense of a court attendant to enforce these rules, it would be expensive, but we will discuss this later. It is on the agenda because Trustee Warner had asked it. Please keep in mind these village board meetings to discuss what business has been transpired since the last meeting is what they're for. It's not a town hall meeting. Hearing of visitors is not a requirement. So just so we keep that all in mind. All right, now let's go on. We'll start with our committee reports. Shall I take a seat now? She has a lot. Yeah.
Gonna be nice. Right across the street from there is the Vines project. If you get a chance, go down and see it. I mean, they had to put more boxes in, and it's just done so eloquently. It's not messy. Water available for people to water their vegetables, and they have the most beautiful gardens. I was really impressed. That was a 2-for-1. The visitor center is having live music on our front porch, and it's just really nice to go, bring your chair, sit outside, listen to some music. Rich Wilson was there on Saturday, and he had over 170 people from spread out from the library to the municipal parking lot to the back of the church. It was really cool, and everybody understood. If they stood up, they had to put their mask on. There's only one person who would not put a mask on. They were dancing in the streets. The auxiliary police were dancing. It was just fun. just, you might wanna check out the visitor center schedule, because, Dan Fleet goes there on Saturday this week. I helped with the Little Italy dinner, packaging the dinners for them, and we did 120 dinners that flew out the door in an hour and a half. That was amazing. My job was the strawberry shortcake. And then this week, I had a parade meeting with Linda, with Mayor Jackson and Darlene, and the parade committee, which I've never been on the parade committee. We're really going to think outside the box, and hopefully we'll be able to pull off some sort of a Christmas celebration. The high school bands will not be available because there's no sports. So it really puts a damper on how we're going to do it. But we have some good ideas, thinking outside the box in ways that we could bring music to the afternoon for the holidays. So we're still working on that. But it's been busy. Lots of fun things outside. Thank you.
Would you like?
I was told I did miss the last one of the department meetings. So I'll make sure I'm there. And Eileen said she hasn't heard about any negative comments about the Sunday. I've had over 100 conversations with people that are
Can't hear anything.
That's what I got.
Was that 10?
I have to unmute her.
Here.
Oh.
Yeah.
We've been busy, very, very busy. We have the, having help planning the towns and villages meeting, which is going to be September Thursday, September 24th.
Anthony, we can't hear anything. It's all very distant and very low volume.
There we go.
I don't know if that's, it should be picking up because it's on green there.
We have the towns and villages meeting coming up on September 24th.
Cheryl, we can't hear anything. We got to get something fixed.
You're not.
It sounds like you're on the way far end of the room.
Never.
Is this turned on?
I'll try calling up.
Mine doesn't come up either. Green circle, like it's on my microphone. Just green. Like wireless anyway. Wireless anyway.
You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself. I think *6. You have been put on hold by the host. You cannot listen or talk until the host finishes the hold. You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself. The host would like to unmute your microphone. You can press *6. You are unmuted.
There we go. It's unmuted.
Ted, is that better?
It's always good when you talk. I haven't heard any. Cheryl, I couldn't hear. Maybe I can now.
Let's try Cheryl.
I'll try again. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Ken?
that's real good right now.
Okay.
Okay, so that must
think we've-
and it's that the phone, something's wrong with the phone. Okay, I've been working on Thursday, September 24th is the Towns and Villages meeting. We're going to have Deb Smith she's the director of the County Solid Waste Department, and it's going to be on recycling and recycling to reduce municipal costs. So that should be very interesting. And also it's going to be, in part of what we've been working on is the resolution that we had. We'll have copies of that also for other municipalities also to send in. It ties in with adding the wine and liquor bottles to the bottle bill or the container bill. So we'll be working on that as well with Broome County. I've also been working on, again, with the glass recycling, been moving forward with that. We have Joe Moody also looking at some companies for us to bring in. Nice. We have the perfect location.
Cheryl, on that Townsend Villages meeting, is that open for the public, or is that just board members? What is that?
That's just Townsend Villages officials.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one
that
that we
on
always
Zoom?
go to Ted on Thursdays. Remember we went to those dinners?
Is it on Zoom now?
No, it's going to be an in-person meeting.
Okay.
What time is that?
6:30.
Thank you.
6:30. Going. Oh, we're still working on the glass recycling. We have the perfect location at Huron. One of the costs that we were looking in and researching is there's a lot of cost in trucking. So they have the railroad tracks right there. So that's a perfect location for them to do a lot of import and export of the glassware is the railroad. So that's a big plus and a huge draw. So hopefully we'll get some good companies to come in for that and to recycle that. We also have a local company also that uses crushed glass, so that will be also interested in some of the product. So we're finding out that crushed glass is used in tons of different products you never think of, like concrete, countertops, tile, fiberglass. You need crushed glass in order to make glass. So it'd be really starting to save the environment when it comes time to reuse a lot of these bottles.
Make it green.
Mhm. Well, a lot of them too, especially your wine bottles and some of your liquor bottles, just like the beer bottles. They if they're in good shape, and that's where it goes through the distributors. When you get the deposit on them, they check them out, and if they're in really good shape, then they get sent back to the distributors and they reuse them, because it's actually cheaper for them, because it doesn't matter whether they're new or refurbished or reused. They still have to disinfect them the same way before they use them again. So it saves them a lot also. And then the ones that may be questionable, then that's when it goes to the glass recycling facility. Working on the Parks Authority, we had a meeting. Waiting to finalize the minutes with the committee, and then we'll get those out to you. We did find more information regarding the parking lot on Monroe and Garfield. There is no contract with IBM, so we will have to take that back over. That parking lot. We're also looking into areas for the alleyway, and also we've worked on prospect and exchange. Also, that's coming up tonight, where when in our research we found that parking lot did not have any specific times put into our village code, so we need to clean up that language in there a little bit. So that's on the agenda tonight for a public hearing, to make it just like all our other municipal parking lots, which is the 2-hour parking.
Cheryl, I have a suggestion for that parking lot also. I don't think there's any sign there that says that's a
Can I finish? We could take the question.
Well, how do we comment on this stuff?
Well, you could comment on that when it comes time for the public hearing for that parking lot.
Okay.
Because you're making me lose my train of thought when you keep interrupting. Sorry, but
well, if other things come up that we don't have public hearings on, we need to ask you questions if we don't understand what you're talking about.
All right.
Fair.
Okay. Yeah. All right. What is your question then, Ted?
No, that one's okay, because you said there's a public hearing on that parking lot.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
So we'll do that then.
Because the public hearing on that is to add the 2 hours onto that lot, because for some reason it's not in our codes. And this is one of the things too, is that we're going to start be cleaning up some of these codes that pertain to the parking authority and the parking lots. Some of them are outdated. We found one where in our parking lots, the time frames that we have in the code was when they were run by booths. So the code doesn't,
Gas.
yeah, when they had the booth and the attendance. Because we have to take that like 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. out, because it doesn't allow for the 1 to 6 time frame, or there's a gap between the 9 p.m. and the 1 a.m. time frame on certain lots have allowed parking for 1 to 6 a.m. So that also we're working on and cleaning up that code as well. We're finding a few areas where they're just outdated and just need to be redone and refurbished there. So we're working on that as well. What else? Just working on a lot of stuff right now. But those are the main things that we're working on at this point. I lost my train of thought. I don't have what I do with my paper. I think I left it at home. All my notes on it.
I had time. Okay. All right, Ted, what would you like to report on? I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, there was a meeting that I went to with Linda and Joe Moody and Anthony about we had 5 applications for, there's a administration opening for the Main Street grant on Washington Avenue. And the administration, so we have to hire some company to administer the grant, basically do all the paperwork. And there was 5 applications for that. And then I don't know if it's going to be, are you going to report on that, Linda, any more tonight?
I could, yes. I'll wait till the very end of the meeting for comments, and then I'll report on it then, so I'm not, so I don't get everybody all confused.
Because I think there's only, we did pick one. I wasn't there at that meeting, but we did pick one of the 5. So that's in the process.
I can tell you this much, Ted, Toma. We picked Toma.
Yeah, I knew that, but okay. If you have something else, you could bring that up later, I guess, or now if you want to.
No, I'll bring it up later. You go ahead. It's your turn.
Then there was another meeting on the petitions for the May 7 recycling law. And that was like the information I got from Anthony about that was that there still is some issues with the report coming from the engineering company. And a lot of the issues have been solved, but the more you look at the map and the more they gave us 3 different huge maps, but the more you look at it and the more you study the different properties, the more things that this is what Anthony was saying, the more things that pop up that you see that it needs to be looked at. So there's still a few issues to solve there, and I think those should be returned to us tomorrow or Friday, the answers on those. And that's it.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Bob, do you have anything you'd like to talk about?
Yeah, I do have one thing. It's regarding the tobacco retail license law that the board approved last winter. So remember, the law requires each entity who's selling tobacco products to apply for and obtain a license from the village. So we went through that process over the spring, and something popped up with one company that obtained a license. They're in compliance with the law. It's a Mirabito gas station, and they are selling their property to Apple gas station, I guess you call it. And in our law, there's a prohibition on transferring a license. So I think one thing we need to discuss is whether we want to tweak that law to allow the transfer of these licenses under certain conditions, as long as the party who it's being transferred to is in compliance, they meet all the standards of the law, it's at the same location that was previously approved. Or you want to keep the law as is and not allow any transfers. If you don't allow the transfers, I'm not sure exactly what
I think that would
impact
hurt
that's gonna
business.
have
That would hurt
on the
business.
business. Right.
That would hurt business. That's not fair.
I don't know that a gas station can financially operate if it can't sell cigarettes. I think
That's right.
it's a huge source of revenue for them.
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't be adding additional, locations to the village, and in fact, it would still allow for the reduction over time, but it would simply allow the transfer of the license under certain conditions. So if you want that to happen, I can draft up an amendment to the law.
I think we need the amendment.
We'll just bring Pat in on it, since he's the one who discussed it with you to begin with.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I did talk to him about it.
Then that's fine.
I think, I mean, he was concerned on some occasions if a transfer is made to somebody who's not, reputable, I guess, or is problematic. So I think we need to build in, safeguards in the law.
Like a same like company, because Apple is also a convenience store type gas station
Right.
company. So similar companies, I would say put something like that in there.
Okay.
But we do have some companies that are selling now that we would like to not have. So I think talking to Pat and find out our trouble areas, find out what they're classified as, and then you can make your decision how to write it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we have the ammunition in the law for those problem properties. We can go
Right.
after them, and we are going after them.
Oh,
We have a
okay.
few.
We can knock
We have
them
quite
out.
a few that did not apply.
It's just the case of a legitimate business
Sure.
transferring
Oh,
to another
definitely.
legitimate
Yeah.
business.
Yeah.
Sure.
Plus, they might have awesome coffee.
Okay, so I'll draft that up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, Anthony, do you have anything you'd like to share with us?
No, not too much tonight. Just working on a lot of different projects. Pretty much every department has a few things going on. We have many things going on through the village, grants, like I said, trying to wrap up some projects before, the weather changes here. So, attended a few webinars too online from the state comptroller's office. Had some updates, what's going on with the state financially and how it may impact local governments. So that was pretty interesting. Honestly, not a lot of good news as of yet. So, still playing it conservative on our end as far as going forward throughout this year. About our expenses and staying, under budget and everything. They did say, they did mention the possibility of our state funding being reduced maybe 20%.
Yep.
So that's, that's something we'll keep an eye on. And I'm not sure how they're going to do it, because if they're talking about AIM funding, we get AIM funding we used to get it in September. Last year they changed the formula. Now we get it in May. So it's at the very end of our fiscal year. But the state fiscal year ends March 31st. So I'm not sure how that's going to play out this year. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that. And they've already told, I think I mentioned already, that they've told us to withhold 20% of our CHIPS allocation from the state. So that's kind of, along the same guidelines as what we've already seen. So, but I'll keep everyone updated if anything's actually finalized as far as any cuts or any type of new sources of funding that's available. So.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, well, thank you.
Speaking of webinars, I almost forgot, I just got an email today regarding another webinar on solar energy. So
Okay.
I'll let you know, and maybe we can get it together.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you.
You wanted to have some kind of a group get together for, like a solar committee.
Yeah. I think there's something on the agenda tonight.
Yes, that's from.
Is that nice there it is?
He wants,
Yeah.
so he could go in and look into that as well.
Yeah.
He's also gonna be on the committee.
I'm on.
Because yep, you're on the committee. That's why I was telling you about the solar webinar, and I'll send it to you. So he is also on there because he was the contact person, and it's going to be down, one of the ideal locations is refurbishing, and there's also grant money out there. It's also considered a brownfield. So I took that webinar on, actually, the mayor and I both took that webinar on repurposing brownfields and things. So that's like the perfect case scenario for that. So there's two types of grant money that we can go after for that area that we're looking at.
Yeah, I know Brownfield has some unique opportunities.
Yes, they do.
So.
And this is like fits right into their warehouse of all of this for the solar energy part as well. Plus, there's grants out there for solar projects, and there's companies out there too. Remember, I told you also too. I took that webinar on pilots. So I got some more information on what we can ask for pilots and things for like large projects, because when they put a solar farm in, the minimum is usually 25 million, and it can go up to 60 million for a smaller project. A much bigger project is well over 100 million. But so that's something we'll be looking into also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Linda, I had one other thing on the RFP process that we're working on.
Sure.
The 4 or 5 years ago, Cuomo had a contest, and they divided the state up into, I think, 8 or 10 districts. Each district is about 8 counties. The winner would get $500 million. The loser would get, I think, $80 million. Our district here along the top of Pennsylvania, we won the $500 million. Out of the $500 million, they designated $22 million to be divided between Binghamton, Johnson City, and Endicott. Out of those 3, Endicott got 12, got the majority, got a bulk of the money, $12 million. So now we're right about where we can start spending it. And so the other thing we're doing is, it's already been done actually, we put out an RFP, request for a proposal. We had 14 applications to be the architect, to design what we're going to do with the money. And the money is going to be used to rehabilitate the entire Washington Avenue, probably new lampposts, garbage cans, new sidewalks, brick, whatever. And then the parking lot behind M&T and the alley behind M&T. So and I think once we get the architect, I think we'll probably be able to actually start spending the money next spring and actually doing some work. Anthony, you can probably give more exact details on it maybe, but... And then there's, so it's the Washington Avenue, all 3 blocks of the avenue, and the parking lot behind M&T and the alley behind M&T. So we are in the process of, little by little, starting to look like a real village.
Also included with that too, Ted, was the gateways. There's 3 gateway projects.
3 gateway projects.
Yeah, Washington and North, Washington and Maine, and McKinley Monroe. Were included.
These are what they call
well.
gateways to Endicott, where we do some kind of a spiffing it up that area with quite a bit of money for that too, I think.
Yeah, actually, that was the biggest portion of the project, was the gateway identifiers. So, and that could be, like you said, that could be anything. It's really up to us how we want to design it. You know, they leave it pretty flexible for you.
So a lot of people probably didn't know about that, or else they forgot about it. It's been so long since we applied for the money, but that's how New York State works.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Now that we applied, we've been begging for the money. The New York State just wasn't releasing it. They finally did.
No, that's great. That's very good news to hear. All right, now we come to our public hearings. We have 5 of them. These are fairly minor public hearings, so I don't know if we'll have a lot of people participating, but the very first one is on our planning board. We would like to have alternates on our planning board. So if anybody has any comments they would like to make, please raise your hand and Anthony will take care of you.
So if anyone's on Zoom on the computer or your phone, if you can do the raise your hand feature if you want to comment on this public hearing. We do have 4 or 5 to go through, but we'll do them each individually. So if anyone wants to talk about the planning board membership, raise your hand, do the raise your hand feature, and I'll unmute you, and then we'll go through the phone. Anyone who's on the phone individually.
Just a little bit more explanation. The planning board and zoning board have 5 members on each board, and the New York State law says we can have 2 alternates in case somebody's missing. And we've always had those, not always, but here and there we've had them, but we've never actually made it a law that we can have them. So that's what we're doing here.
I don't see anyone wants to speak on this one. There's a couple of phones on here. I'll try them quick. Go 941-961-4244. If there's anything you'd like to say on the planning board membership. Okay. How about 607-427-1002? If you'd like to say anything on the planning board membership public hearing.
This is Donna Mooney. I'm on the planning board, and I think I'm an alternate now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we want to keep your job.
So now pretty soon you can be a legal alternate.
Yeah, rather than illegal. Okay?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
About the 607-621-6759. Okay. About 607-205-72. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, I don't have any.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Can I ask a question about the,
Yeah.
were there stipulations discussed if the people have to be, in the village?
Yes, they have to be village residents.
So we didn't get rid of the,
Yes, we got rid of that. Yep.
Yeah, they have to be a village.
Have to be a village resident now.
okay, thanks.
We have 607-205-7273. Okay. About 607-765-3345. And the last one is, it just says call in user 2. Try that one.
9427, is that us?
Yes.
That's Ted.
That's Ted.
Oh, it's that.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was us. I'm sorry.
That should be everyone.
All right, the next
Everyone, Bobby, good with that? That's everyone I see.
The next public hearing is just about the same thing, only for our zoning board. We would like to put alternates on our zoning board. So anybody who would like to speak, please let us know.
You want to close that one first,
Oh,
formally?
Yep.
okay, all right, we're closing the public hearing on planning board.
A motion to close it.
Very good.
I make a motion to close the hearing on the planning board alternates.
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So carried. Okay, now we'll do the zoning board.
Go to each one. Do you want to ask them if they want to speak for any of the public hearings?
Oh, if they come
We
on.
kind of like to do that, I think we're allowed to.
Once, and then you could come, when we get the public hearing for the next one, you'd come back to that person.
Okay. All right, so you want to just ask if they want to speak on any of them?
Yeah, just so you know.
We're gonna have to let
Just
them know what
just the phone? Just the ones on the phone?
Yeah.
Because everyone else I can see.
Everyone else can just raise their hand.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So do you want to make that announcement?
So, Bob, I had a question. When the people call in on this Zoom, if they don't block their number, I guess that's how their name comes up on the screen. How are they able to tell us they want to ask a question or make a comment?
Well, Anthony is going around to each one of them and unmuting them and asking if they have a comment to make.
Oh, have you done that, Anthony, with the ones with the name? I thought you was just doing phone numbers.
Just the phones. If there's a name, if they're on Zoom, they can do the raise hand feature, and then it'll come up on the screen where I can see it.
But my name's on there.
You don't have that option.
My name is on there by the phone. Oh no, I see my name's over somewhere else on the phone, but I don't have that option, right?
Not through the phone, no. Because I got your number, your phone number here that's unmuted right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if the phone number's there, you can ask them if they want to comment.
Yeah.
But if just their name is there, there's no way to know whether they want to comment.
Well, they can raise their hand.
Yeah, if their name is there, they can raise their hand.
But their name can be there just by calling in with a phone, though. Oh my God. And so they don't have an option to raise their hand.
Well, I know in the,
We haven't run into that.
yeah, I
For
could see
instance,
who's,
you can see my name up there. I don't know where it is on your screen, but I'm on my computer and my phone. The only way I can hear you is through my phone, but I have no way with my phone to raise my hand.
right. So if you were a resident, who was on, or just someone, you know, attending the meeting, I would go to your number, unmute your number, and ask you if you wanted to speak through that phone number. Because now you're just always on unmute.
Okay, so we move on to the next one, which is the zoning board alternate.
Yeah, you'll have to do the phone for the zoning board, unless you see someone.
Do you want to say, someone raise their hand?
Yeah, so we're on the zoning board alternates public hearing now.
Yes, sir.
So if anyone wants to speak on that, you can raise your hand, and we'll unmute you, and you can have 3 minutes to speak. Okay. I don't see anyone as of yet, so go to the phone. So as I go through the phone, if I unmute your phone, if there's any public hearings you'd like to speak on tonight, you could just let us know, and we'll make sure we get to you.
You should tell them
on
what
any
they
of
are,
them.
'cause they may not have an agenda.
So we're on the zoning board alternate public hearing right now. Well, next we have electrical charging stations public hearing. We have a local law amending chapter 235, adding a 2-hour limit parking on parking lot number 12, which is the Prospect and Exchange Street lot. Public hearing on that. And then the last public hearing is reducing the speed limit on Main Street in front of UE High School to 20 miles an hour. And that would be between Washington Ave and Lincoln Ave on Main Street. So those are all the public hearings we have scheduled tonight. So I'll go to 607-427-1002. If you'd like to speak on the planning board, or if you want us to come back to we're on the zoning board public meeting.
Anthony,
So Donna,
Anthony, it's Donna. The only one I want to talk about is the speed limit thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
so we'll come back.
The others I'm okay with.
Okay.
Okay.
We will. I'll unmute when we get to that public hearing.
Thank you. Thank
Yep.
you.
Thanks. Okay, we have 607-21679. I'd like to speak on the zoning board alternate public hearing, or if you'd like us to have your name down for any of the future public hearings tonight.
I'm good.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, how about 941-961-4244? Like to say anything on the zoning board alternate public hearing? Any of the other public hearings scheduled for tonight?
Anthony?
Yeah. Yep.
No, I don't have any comments.
Okay, for anything?
No,
Tonight?
no.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, we have 607-765-3345. Anything on the zoning board alternate public hearing, or any of the other public hearings scheduled tonight? Okay. Just got one more. Okay, I just have call-in user 2 here. Anything on the zoning board alternate public hearing or any of the others scheduled tonight?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. See, Paul Connett has his hand up, so I'm gonna unmute, just gotta unmute Paul. There you go.
1 minute. Thank you. Yes, Anthony, I have a point of clarification I'd like to make. We were told if you wanted to make a comment, submit your name and the topic by Friday noon of last week, which I did. And I wanted to talk about the Sun Geo project, but I don't see it listed.
It's going to be on the hearing of visitors. It'll be later on in the program after our agenda, after we do all of this. But you are on our list, Paul, so you will be allowed to speak. Yes.
Thank you.
You did make it. You are on the list.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
All right. May I have a motion for the zoning board of appeals?
Motion to close the hearing.
To close it.
I make a motion to close the hearing of visitors on the zoning board of alternates.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so done. So moved. Now the next one we have is our electric vehicle charging stations that will be at the parking lot behind the corner drugstore.
Union Center.
Pardon me?
Union Center parking.
Union Center parking lot. So if anybody would like to speak on there, please let us know.
But it was asked already from thing.
Oh, the phone.
No, just the people that were on the phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they need to, so if they want to speak, they can.
I don't see anyone.
Okay, then I'll make a motion to close the public hearing on the electric charging station.
And I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That passed?
No, that's.
Anthony, could you, I don't think anybody knows anything about these charging stations, and the public hearing's closed, but could you explain that to people, what we're doing there?
Talked about it last meeting.
It's not new. It's been around for a while.
You
The past couple of meetings.
want to explain it?
Well, we have Chad here from the light department. He can explain it.
We don't want you to sit and do nothing, Chad.
So we can hear about it then?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, there are 2 charging stations. They will charge 4 cars at a time, and they are, we received the funds to IEP program, which is through the light department. And now we're just waiting for approval. We have the prep work ready, and we're just waiting for the approval from the board. We actually have the charging stations at our shop now, and they will be installed as soon as they are approved through the village board.
You can tell them there's no charge.
It's no charge to the village residents, or I guess anybody that, right now, it's kind of something new that the state is trying, these municipals are trying, so it's more of like a, benefit to the public. And there's gonna be no actual charge for people using them at this time. Down the road, if we see a lot of usage on them, we might decide to charge then, but we're gonna see how many people actually use them and what kind of usage they are being used.
I saw the start of them behind Key Bank there, but are they actually there now?
They are not there now. We were told not to install them yet till it was approved. Like I said, all the prep work is ready, so as soon as they're approved, we'll have them up within a couple hours, and people will be able to use them to charge their electric cars.
And then is there a time? Is it 24 hours a day you can charge?
Yes. And it's roughly, if a full charge, they say it's roughly anywhere from 4 to 6 hours to get a full charge on them.
That's a 2-hour lot.
And that is a 2-hour lot, which was going to be changed, right? Correct?
We didn't do that.
That's okay. You're not going to do anything.
The time restriction would still apply even to that use.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something we could tweak.
That would.
I was on the assumption that was being tweaked so people would
We have to change, then we have to change the local law for that whole parking lot.
Oh, not just for that, not just for electric car charging spots. Gotcha.
No, I mean the local law. Remember we talked about putting the local law just for those 4 charging stations?
Yeah.
That we'll do, was it 4 to 6 hours?
For a full charge, it says 4 to 6 hours roughly. There's 3 settings on the charging station.
Just didn't want to do is that have somebody leave them there overnight. Yeah. Is what we were trying to work on, but we didn't change that law yet, that local law part of that. But we could do that.
Yeah, maybe we just get them installed and let it play out a little bit and see if that's a problem.
See if there's an issue or not, yeah.
Yeah.
And we put them in the parking lot where, I mean, obviously you've seen them, but they're kind of in the back where I don't think that parking lot is used a ton anyways, unless maybe, I don't know, this new restaurant coming in, it might get busy at night, but I don't think you'll see a big problem with it, but again, I'm not here at 7, 8 o'clock at night, so I don't know what it looks like.
Yeah, I like that idea of waiting to see if problems crop up.
Me too. On this particular item.
Yeah, maybe we revisit this in, say, November or December or something like that.
And again, we're going to meter them, so we will know exactly the usage on them. So we'll have an idea of actually how much they are being used, and it's more of a, I mean, we're going to eat the cost of the electricity. Obviously, the light department will, but so we'll be able to obviously tell how much they're getting used or what the usage is on the actual charging stations.
Yeah, we'll have, you're right, we'll have to revisit that, because that was one of the concerns with the parking authority and the assistant police chief and Lieutenant Smales. They just don't, and also Brett, the street department, because during the winter months, they didn't want cars sitting there all night charging because they plow, and then also because of that for the street department, but also the police department didn't want, liability issues.
Was this grant given with a stipulation that it was going to be free to the users, or?
So it's not really grants, it's an independent energy efficiency program through the actual light department. So we have a certain amount of money we collect from the customers, and we're supposed to use that for energy programs, energy efficiency programs. So that's what we use. This is what this qualifies for it. So this is what we use it for. And the other municipals that I've talked to that put them in, they are just basically kind of a trial basis, seeing how much they're going to be used. And there is the ability to charge with these. They have a software in them that we can, and again, that's a whole another problem. We have to figure out if we do decide to charge for them, but you can actually charge with a credit card, and we can, put a charge, a fee on there too. So much.
By the usage, you could estimate how much money we could pull in from it.
Exactly. I mean, I want to see, document the loss that we're taking as a light department. So that's why we're going to meter them, and then we'll know at the end of the year how much they were used or how much they weren't used. And if it's a lot of usage, then maybe we'll have to start charging for it, obviously. But RADS right now is a trial period. We're just going to.
With the economic position we're going to be in, giving a lot of freebies out may not be the best.
Well, that's the light department. That has nothing to do with the.
That's for that's nothing to do with the general fund. We're a different entity, so we don't come out of the general fund. So it's more of if the light department could afford it, which at this point we don't see any issue financially with it.
Yeah, Chad, is there a certain number of hours of charging that we have to meet before, or else they would take them out, take it away?
They're ours. They're the light departments. So we own them. So, I mean, we can leave them in as long as we want to, or if they're not being used at all, we could remove them. But yeah, they're not. It's not like we're running.
Oh, so we own them then. Okay.
We own them. The light department actually owns them. So, so if they're not being used at all, and that's a decision the village can make, we can remove them if we have to.
How do we let people know that they're there, or even like whether it's residents or out of town people?
Again, that's something. I know they have a app that you can go on. I'm not sure how to register for them, the app, because I talk to people that have electric car chargers or cars. There's an app on your phone that they'll basically tell you where the location of them are. So I don't know if that's something maybe we can look into
Broome County has also on their website. We could put it on the Broome County website too. So I can get with Deb Smith on that. She might know where to reach out to, but I know that they have one also that lists electric car charges in places, and also there's an app on your phone, like you said. I was just talking to somebody about that, and they said that when they punch it in, if you're looking for a gas station or electric car station, it punches in with the location. It's like this teardrop that comes up, and it tells you where it is.
And that may be something we have to make sure our name is in there.
Does this, will accept any kind of vehicle, Tesla's included?
Yep. I think they're universal plug, basically, so it'll, any electric car.
Okay, we all set?
Thank you.
All right, now our next public hearing.
No, we gotta close this one.
I thought you already
we
did.
did.
We were just chatting.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Our next one is on our 2-hour parking. Now, Cheryl, would you like to say a little bit about this so people will understand why we're having a public hearing on it?
What it is again, going through some of our code when we were looking at some of these parking lots, Lieutenant Smale noticed that this parking lot, for some reason, did not have on our list. We have 2-hour parking lots, and it lists all our parking lots. For some reason, this one was left off of the list of our parking lots for the 2-hour parking, so we just wanted to add it onto our list of our parking lots that have a 2-hour parking limit. So it's just basically tying it in with the rest of our lots. It was just, we don't know, typo error that was done back then, or we needed to add that on there because the police department can't enforce the 2-hour parking limit and the overnight limit because it's not covered under our parking rules and regulations, so we're just going to add it to that. Because we had a couple of issues at one time with 18-wheelers parking in there overnight.
Wow. Yeah, we don't need that. Thank you. Now, if there's anyone who would like to...
Cheryl, do we own that entire lot?
We own about, what would you say, about 80% of it? 85? Yeah, about 80% of it.
So won't we have to somehow mark it so they know which ones are 2-hour and which ones belong to the dollar store? Because if they were parking a dollar store parking spot, there's no rule that covers that.
I think that's up to the enforcement when it comes to that, and the enforcement is usually anything close to the building of the dollar store is the dollar stores. Where they have their sign going down to the building is dollar store. The rest is a village, but I'm sure we could, I think there's a pole there that we could probably put a sign that said 2-hour parking village that we could do. And that's
right now I don't think anybody knows the dividing line between dollar store parking and pub and village parking. I mean, everybody just kind of assumed. I don't think anybody even knows we own half of that or 3/4 of it.
There's signs up that says village parking lot.
Does it say 2-hour parking?
No.
All right, we should probably put a sign that says 2-hour parking.
We will designate it 2-hour parking, yes, and put the signs up. We have to.
Yeah, and if they're parked on the dollar store side, then the officer just won't ticket them.
But my point is, somehow we need to let the officers know which ones can get a ticket, which ones belong to dollar store where they would not get a ticket.
They can pull it up on their phones if they need to. The GSI.
But the public needs to know also.
Well, they're just finding out.
Well, we'll have to put some signs up, and we'll see what we can do about marking, because it's pretty straightforward. Where the pillar is, where they have their sign is straight down is Dollar General. The rest of the 80% of the parking lot is the village.
Well, it's only straightforward to you and the committee, but I don't know that, and I don't think anyone in town knows that.
But I said we would get it. We would figure out how to mark it out with signs.
Okay, that's a good idea.
The public will find out when they get a ticket.
Yeah, they will.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Can I make a motion to close the...
Wait, we got,
No, we didn't have it yet.
Carol Layton, do you want to speak on this, public hearing?
Yes, I'd just like to say there's spaces in that parking lot for the post office also. So it isn't marked very well at all, which is public parking and which is a dollar store and which is the post office space.
The parking
So
for
that
the
would be
post
very
office,
confusing to
is
me.
not valid anymore. Right. Because the contract has run out and it's been not renewed, so that parking for the post office is not valid anymore.
Yeah.
That has to, we'll be addressing that, with the, post office. They've already received a letter regarding that.
Yeah.
So they would get designated spots, I guess, if we did another contract?
They would have to purchase the designated spots.
Okay. And then there we would have to mark those too, probably.
Well, we looked at that, Ted. They have plenty of parking in their lot, because they have the lot behind that white house that's there also, that goes all the way back behind there. So they have plenty of parking to park over in their own lot if they wanted to. We already looked at that.
But if they're gonna buy some spots from us, if they're gonna buy some spots from us in that lot, we will need to
Right. As of
mark
right
those
now,
spots.
they don't purchase any parking passes from us. And because it's hard to enforce if we didn't add it to our, list of parking lots. So that's the reason why we're adding that now. So if they want to park there, they could buy a parking pass to park there with the village. Years ago, they bought, they had the post office purchase 11 parking spots there years ago.
So that's not even an issue till they do a new contract, probably.
If they do a new contract.
Correct.
I don't think it is now that you say it.
Just happen to have an electrician.
Oh.
It's charging right now.
Is it?
Oh, yep, mine just kicked in.
I didn't want to go dry here.
Yeah.
See, we knew we had Chad here.
You just had to walk next to it.
That's all he. Right. I knew he could go here.
It's charging now.
If it goes out.
Everybody good?
Let me know. I don't know why it's flashing.
Oh, we'll wait and see. Are you good, Pat? By anybody else?
I'm good right now, yeah.
Yeah.
Till I go dark.
I got one in my office I could probably bring in quick. And hook it.
Anybody else?
Okay.
Sorry for the interruption.
It's all right. Anybody else interested in speaking on our 2-hour parking?
I don't see anyone.
Entertain a motion.
I make a motion to close on, local law amending chapter 235.
I'll second that.
Favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now we come to our final hearing, and this is on reducing the speed limit in front of UE High School to 20 miles per hour between Washington and Lincoln. This was requested by our police chief, by our school superintendent, and by the EMTS department had been down here doing a survey. They said that the crosswalks are at an angle and it's very long to get across. We're worried about our crossing guards getting hit. So we would like to change it to 20 miles an hour so that people would slow down and maybe not hit our crossing guards. So if any, and the kids.
Well, if anything, they go 40, so if they could slow this down a little bit more, that'd be a plus.
That's all, yeah, because now they're going 40, So the DOT said they wanted to have a public hearing, and then they will just go ahead. We don't have to vote to actually do this, but we have to show the DOT that we had a public hearing on this. So if anybody would like to speak.
Up to them, it's their road.
Yeah, and they just want to make sure. So that's what this is for, so that if anybody would like to speak, please let us know.
Donna wants to talk.
Yeah, I'll go to Donna
Sure.
first.
Okay.
I agree that should be assigned extra special for our students and our people that work there. They go too fast through there.
They do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Donna.
Thank you.
Now, is there anybody else who would like to make a comment on that?
I don't see any.
All right, I will entertain a motion, please.
Make a motion to close a public hearing on the speed limit UHS 20 miles an hour on Main Street between Washington Ave and Lincoln Ave.
I'll second
I'll
that.
second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, that's
Yes.
Now, we are going to go a little bit out of order because we have Chad here from the electric department, and we would like to take care of this business. It's under 11E for those of you who do have an agenda. No.
11C.
Our CSEA light contract, 11E.
11E.
CSEA light contract on the agenda.
I think he wants to.
Now, Chad, as long as you're here, would you like to explain a little bit about what?
Well, I mean,
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot that
if you
part.
want to have an executive session on this, you can.
Yeah.
When we come out, if there's going to be action taken, you should explain what we're doing to the public. But if you want to discuss collective bargaining in executive session, that can be done.
I'd prefer that.
All right.
Sounds like we better do that.
All right, we're
So
going
make a motion to go into executive
We're
session?
going to be going into executive session, but people, we will be back to tell you, if we're going to vote, we will come back to vote.
So we need a motion to go into executive session to discuss collective bargaining with.
I'll make a motion to go into executive session to discuss.
I had a question too before we do that. How do we do this? Do we just turn off the sound and these people stay on Zoom? Or do they hang up and then come back on, or what do we do?
No, I can pause the meeting.
I think everyone ought to stay on, right?
Yes, yes.
Huh?
Everyone should stay on the meeting.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pause the meeting, on my screen here, and then I'm gonna hang up on the conference phone, because I could just call back in when we start.
Okay.
And then I'll call Ted.
All right.
Ted, I'm gonna call you back on the conference phone here.
On the phone that I'm on right now?
Well, either
I'll call
one.
my cell phone?
Whatever one you want.
Just call my cell phone. That's, yeah.
I have
Cell phone? Okay.
Yeah, do my cell phone.
Okay, I will.
that in there. No, I have water, if something wants it.
Motion from Eileen.
Yeah, is there a second?
No.
I second, or someone second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Very good. We will go into executive session.
And I know it's a formality, but.
Okay.
Wait.
I know.
Ted, I'm gonna call you right back.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah. I'll wait till you.
Oh, when the public's here, we always have to.
Let's see.
Okay, they are.
Hold on. Wait.
Huh?
Is your thing charging?
Okay, they are pausing the meeting and they are going into executive session. And I'm trying to figure out how to bring myself onto the screen. It's, oh, there's my camera. Maybe I need to plug my camera in. Okay. Give me 1 second, friends. I still hear rustling. Somebody's phone is still open. Okay, so what did we find out? We found out that the Delta engineering report still isn't done. Ted Warner said it's going to be done in a few days. And what else? There was a few public hearings having to do with alternate members on the zoning board and on the planning board. There was a public hearing on charging stations for electric vehicles, and there was also a public hearing on, oh, there we go. Public hearing on, they were changing the speed limit on a particular road. Oh, and there was also one about parking lots, changing the parking rules, parking code, bringing that code up to date, I think. So let me see if I can turn my camera on now. I don't know if I can. That's not doing it right. Okay. No webcam detected. Okay, I'm still struggling to get my my equipment working. Let me check the chat and see if anyone is chatting away. See if anybody has something to say. Maybe we can talk for a little bit until they come out of public executive session. Okay, I don't see anybody chatting.
And they're moving around. You can see them moving, but you can't hear anything.
We can hear Ted Warner. Okay, so we are still waiting. I'm trying to get my tech worked out so I can show you myself. And
I just had a question that would bring up something Anthony brought up before. Was the idea was to try to give these raise or do this raise.
Okay, I think Ted figured out that he was unmuted. Maybe. Let's do a quick capture. Let's see. I think my camera was detected. But I'm taxing my computer now. Doing live streams is always pretty heavy CPU. Cranking away. I'm sorry, I'm not good at multitasking. I'm not good at talking while I'm trying to solve a tech issue, which is what I'm doing. Check, check, check. All right, well, we're still live. And so now's a good time to ask any questions if you're still in the chat. Anything that you want to discuss, now's a good time to bring it up while we wait on this executive session. It's some kind of a personnel issue. I was actually in another room, so I didn't actually hear their rationale for going into executive session. They are discussing. Hey, there we go. Looks like I have my camera working. So now I just need to make it work over here. Let's see if I can make it work without killing OBS. There we go. Boy, it is a crappy picture. All right, let me see if I can improve it. Oh boy, it's really bad. Let me turn on the light. I don't know if that's going to help. I have to do some fiddling, friends. I have to do a little bit of fiddling. Ooh. Stand by 1 second, please. Changing lights and why. Microphone stand. Okay. So, all right, I have to do one more thing. Village of Endicott. This is the normal meeting. Normal monthly meeting. It's a little odd because of Labor Day. We're holding this on a Wednesday instead of a Monday. There was a lot of confusion about this, as always. Those crazy rules that they have for hearing of visitors. They didn't seem to have pre-registration for any of the public hearings. So what's really the difference between a public hearing and a hearing of the visitors? That's my question. That is my question. All right, so that is improving. I still need to change a couple things before I can show you me. Okay, there's me. I think it's me. And I gotta get rid of this fuzzy stuff back here. All right. And just gonna lower myself a little bit. There we go. Oops. A little too low. Need to be above that one. Okay, there I am. Howdy. That took me way too long. Now I just want to be able to hear myself. That is always helpful. Okay. So, Village of Endicott. This is the normal cluster. Crazy meeting as always. They had a lot of technical snafus. Be sure to hit the like button if you are watching this. If you're watching it live, hit the like button. If you're watching a replay, hit the like button. Hit the like button no matter how you are or when you're watching the stream. And be sure to subscribe to the Bill Huston podcast, because that way you will get an alert every time that I do a live broadcast. So I do have some updates. I think I'm going to save them and until I really, because I wasn't really prepared to do or say anything. I'll just say this one thing about the incinerator that's quite optimistic, and that is the fact that after 5 months, No Burn Broom is now on the same page as Bill Huston and the concerned citizens of Endicott. In fact, in terms of what they're asking for, instead of just talking about PFAS, now they're actually, somebody has listened to me, or they've just figured it out on their own. I don't know. I've been trying my best to tell those people to we need to get on the same page, or else we're going to get a cleaner burning incinerator, because they're going to solve the PFAS issue with permit conditions. And so now No Burn Broom, last week they issued some kind of they met with the press, they published a new position paper, white paper, and they published a newsletter, and all of it, they were saying the right things. Suddenly, they're saying Type 1 seeker, environmental impact statement. That's the right answer. That's what we need. That's what we've needed all along. So I'm very interested in what's going to happen with this vote tonight. About they're going to vote supposedly to rescind the May 7th zoning change. They changed the zoning to allow incinerators. To be very perfectly precise, they changed the zoning to remove the express prohibition on incinerators. They did it in a very, I'm going to say half-assed way, because they didn't use the word incinerator. They called it a recycling facility. So as Claudia Bramer pointed out, she's the attorney for No Burn Broom, she said, in her appeal, her premature appeal to the Zoning Commission, ZBA, Zoning Board of Appeals, that either way, before or after their half-assed, she didn't say half-assed, that's my word, zoning change on May 7th, an incinerator or, smelting or heavy metal refining, waste treatment and disposal, none of that stuff meets the definition of a recycling facility. So Claudia Bramer's excellent argument was that either way, before or after that 5-7 vote, it's not permitted. So I think ultimately, because Linda Jackson has admitted that she still is for the incinerator, so why would they roll back the zoning change if she's still for the incinerator? And we all think it's because that, Sunjeel and their agents on the board, the Endicott board, they messed up. And they realized they messed up, so they have to keep this thing truly in play, they have to undo this crappy zoning change that they made on May 7th. And they've got to do it all over again. So good luck. I mean, it was hard enough getting that one through. Good luck actually explicitly saying, some kind of high temperature process thing, whether you call it an incinerator or not, to properly define that that facility. It's going to be really hard to get it past the planning board, and there might even be a swing vote on the Village of Endicott Board of Trustees. So that isn't going to vote explicitly for an incinerator. So they're going to have to really spell it out, I think. Once again, the Delta Engineering report is not complete yet. Ted Warner said it's going to be done hopefully in a couple days. That is the report that they'd hire an outside engineering firm to tell them whether their protest petition was valid or not. And there's still a lot of questions and issues. I don't know exactly what those are, but Ted Warner alluded to those earlier when it came to the communications section of the public hearing. So we've got, how many people do we have online on the Zoom hearing right now? The Zoom meeting. Let's see. So it looks like 35. Well, we're off from where we were, right? We were up to hundreds. I think we had around 250 at one time. Now we're down to 34. So these are the stalwarts. Paul Connett's pointing to his ears. He doesn't hear anything. I don't think the meeting's back. Anthony Bates is still offline. So, or maybe Paul's pointing to his head, and I'm not gonna be mean. I'm gonna be nice. But I'm really happy that No Burn Broom has finally, after 5 months, No Burn Broom. My computer's real choppy, so I hope you're getting this. After 5 months, No Burn Broom is finally on the same page. So I'm very happy about that. Will they credit me? Probably not. Will they, are they going to say, thank you, Bill Huston, for putting us on the right path, correcting us on the seeker? I'm not expecting any accolades. And I only need recognition for my work as much as I need food and shelter. I survive on donations and grants, truly, now more than ever. So if you all appreciate my work, and I'm doing a lot of work behind the scenes, I'm going to have new material coming up pretty soon. I'm doing a lot of FOIL requests. I just got a FOIL request back today from the Village of Endicott. That's something that I can talk about. So back in April, I asked the Village of Endicott for a whole bunch of emails having to do with Sunjeel, the Sunjeel facility. So I did a FOIA request, and I said I want this, this, and this. So I got something back at the end of May, which was already late, and it was completely unacceptable. So I appealed it. They basically didn't give me the records that I asked for. So I appealed it, and I won the appeal. And so that was nice. That was in June. That was mid-June, I think. and now it's mid-September. So April, May, June, July, August, September. 5 months, okay? 5 months later, they finally got back to me, and once again, didn't give me anything that I was asking for. And this time, they're claiming some kind of a blanket exemption under Public Officers Law. Let me see if I can tell you what it was. It's Public Officers Law, Section 87. And what's the... 87.2G. So 87.2G says that basically they're withholding records that are inter-agency and intra-agency materials, which are not statistical or factual. In other words, it's easier to state this than a positive thing. If it's statistical or factual tabulations or data, if it's instructions to staff that impact the public, arguably that's all of it. If it's final agency policy or determinations, external audits, but not limited to audits performed by a comptroller in federal environment. Okay. Other inter or intra-agency materials, they're not required to disclose. So they're saying everything I ask for is one of these exempted things. And I don't even think after 5 months, I don't even think they did a proper review of records, because that would have included reviewing private emails, because a lot of these village officials are sending and receiving village business on personal email servers. So it looks like, I'm not sure exactly what to do at this point, but it looks like I'm going to have to sue the village to get these records. So this is another reason. I mean, suing the village is going to cost me several $100s, even if I do it pro se without an attorney, and I'm happy to do it. But it takes money. It takes cash. So truly, friends, if you appreciate my work, I really would appreciate donations now in any amount. You can go to tinyurl.com right here at the bottom of the screen, tinyurl.com/donate to Bill Huston, or you can send me up there. You see up at the top of the screen. It's going to chop my finger off, but William Huston, P.O. Box 22, Endicott, New York 13761. You can send me a snail mail, check or money order by snail mail, and any donations help. I'm going to need a couple $100s just for this lawsuit, and I'm just struggling to meet my basic living expenses right now. So donations are always welcome in any amount. Large donations are more helpful than every donation is appreciated, but big donations really make a big difference. So a couple $100 donations, and that's really going to really help me, because like I said, I work in the public interest, and I'm going to have to sue the village, it looks like, to get access to the records that they are not turning over to me. I don't see the meeting coming back, so I'm going to check the chat and see if anybody that's watching is still on. It looks like we still have 6 people. We haven't lost anybody due to this executive session, so that's kind of cool. Hit the like button. I'm only seeing 2 likes right now. 2 likes. Hit the like button. I want to see, before they come back, I want to see one more like. And also take this time to subscribe to the Bill Huston podcast. If you're watching this on YouTube, just scroll down under the video. You're going to see a subscribe button. Press that, and then click the bell and select all notifications. And that way you'll get an email or maybe a pop-up, like an alert on your phone, that will let you know that I've published a new video or I'm going live. So, and subscriptions really help, because that enables new features, clicking like and just engaging with the video, or leaving a comment below, or right now while we're doing the live stream, you can send a chat message, and anybody that's here watching it can see it and respond to it, and happy to do that. So I'm going to take a timeout. I'm going to disappear for a couple of minutes, and I'm going to, I'll be back, but stand by, and we're gonna come right back as soon as the executive session is over. So stand by. Friends, we are still in executive session, and they're dealing with a personnel issue, and we are going to return to the action as soon as the action picks back up again. Once again, please subscribe and like the video. We got 2 likes. We're down to 3 viewers. People are dropping off. So, but before you go, hit the like button. And be sure to subscribe to the Bill Huston podcast. That really helps. Okay, I will be back when something changes. Hang in there. This is the extra dull part of the meeting. This is the super dull part of the meeting. So just hang on, friends. We're going to return to the action when it restarts. I'm sorry for the delay, friends. It looks like they're still in executive session. Nothing really going on right now. So once again, we're going to stick around, and we see some sign language from Pat Dorner up there in the corner. See that? He's making sign language. So who knows how far along they are. But when they come back, we will also be back. So for now, we're gonna hurry up and wait. We are gonna hurry up and wait. And let's see if that doesn't save a little CPU. Amazing. Amazing. We still have 3 people that are sticking around. So it looks like we're up to 4. We're standing by until the executive session is complete. Pat Dorner looks like he's coming back. Maybe they're done. They might be done.
You're gonna make the motion, Cheryl?
Yeah, she talked to.
Okay, we're back. Ted,
Did you unmute him?
yeah, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good. Okay, so we're back?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
I hear you.
Everyone else can hear us, I imagine?
All right, we are back from our executive session. We were discussing the CSEA light contract with our electric department. And would you like to?
I'd make a motion to accept the agreement, memorandum with the light department. And what it is, it's a wage. We've been losing a lot of our qualified linemen that we spent a great deal of money on in training and to NYSEG. So we want to retain our linemen as much as possible. So what we had done was, because we also lost out a lot of that money on our training that we spent on these linemen, because NYSEG pays more. So we would like to make a motion for a pay increase so we can add a training reimbursement policy in the contract. So if we train linemen and they leave before they do train, they reimburse the village portions of their training money. All right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'll second that, Cheryl.
All right. We're going to have to.
So do we have is that the full motion?
Well, it was, yes, it's a motion to accept the
Memorandum?
agreement between the CSEA and the village.
Okay, we have a motion and second, so we'll do a roll call. Trustee Connectney?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Did you want to vote, or?
Well, yes,
Oh,
sure,
okay.
go ahead. Yeah.
To make the second motion is for the supervisor and the superintendent.
So what was the end of vote, Anthony? 4-0?
5-0.
5-0. Okay.
Yep.
Making another motion for the 10% wage increase for the foreman and superintendent of the light department.
And I'll second that.
Okay, do a roll call. Trustee Connectney?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
I expressed my concern in the executive session on that, what we talked about in there. So, but I will go ahead and vote on this. Yes, I mean.
Oh, yes? Okay.
Yeah, you made up for yes.
And Mayor Jackson?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Both of those pass. Very good, thank you.
What's that vote, Anthony?
5-0.
5-0, okay.
In favor, yes.
No.
Now I'd like to go on with the rest.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad.
Yep.
Appreciate you.
Thank you for your time.
Do you want me to,
again?
we'll call you in the morning and say to put them in?
Thank you. Yes, I will put them in starting tomorrow.
Thanks, Chad. Good job. Thank you. Okay.
Now we're going to approve the minutes for our meeting on the 7:20 and 8:17.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve the minutes, for 7:20. Do you want it in two separate motions, or?
Do we have to have two?
And 8:17?
We should. We should.
For 7:20?
Second.
Well, I guess we have to do a roll call
Call
because
that?
we are on
Okay.
Zoom.
Yes.
Trustee Connectney? Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Okay.
Then I make a motion to approve the minutes for 8/17/20.
Need a second?
Second?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Call. Trustee Connectney? Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Okay.
While we're on the minutes, Anthony, I was looking on our website, and the minutes on our website right now, they only go up to June 15. Can we get that IT company to bring these right up to date? Like, in other words, these minutes we approved tonight, can we get them on the website within a week?
Yeah, I will have, either Janice or I will contact them in the morning.
Okay.
And she's been sending,
Thanks.
I thought she's been sending some, but we'll confirm that.
If she has. Those were our last minutes.
That's true.
Those were our last minutes. She doesn't put them on the website until we approve them.
Right.
And these are the ones that go on the website because we just approved.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It is. Did you hear that, Ted?
Was it July and August? No, it was June and July we did one meeting?
Correct.
Or was it
June
July
we
and
did two.
August?
No.
In August we
No.
did one. June we did two.
And this is
In June we did
July.
two?
Yeah.
This is the July and August.
Yeah.
So they're up
They
to
are.
date. So they are up to date.
It sounds like one of them in June would be missing, isn't it?
June 1st and June 15th for the regular board meetings.
Okay, yeah, that was 5 weeks. Okay, yeah, okay, sorry, they are all up to date.
Okay.
Okay.
Now we'll go on to bids.
Bids.
We have a bid from Phil Grayson from our wastewater plant to bid a used backhoe to Star Equipment in the amount of $50,038.
I make a motion.
This is to award the bid.
Right.
The bid.
Right.
I make a motion to award the bid.
I'll second that.
I'll have to have a roll call.
Trustee Connectney?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
And Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Now we come to communications for filing, A through E.
I make motion to accept communications for filing A through E.
Second.
Sorry about
Okay,
that,
we'll do a roll call.
Yes,
Trustee
please.
Connectney?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner? Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
And Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Okay.
Now we come to communications for action, and the first one is our very important one. This is our village manager contract, and we do not intend to let Anthony go anywhere. Holds everything together, and there's many times we call him the boss because he handles the money.
He is the boss.
He is the boss. So anybody with the checkbook is the boss.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to have someone make a motion to accept this.
Go ahead, Ted.
Your love.
I'll make a motion
We already
to accept
all the contracts, so we know.
village manager contract.
I'll second.
We're gonna need
Okay. Roll call. Trustee Connectney?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Okay.
down for yes.
Okay,
You're not
we'll
going
do
anywhere.
Thank you.
Very welcome. Glad that's taken care of.
Anthony, go put that in the safety deposit box.
Yeah.
Anthony, you're buying lunch tomorrow.
Yeah.
Get it signed
Wednesday.
Right, get it signed first.
Right.
We decided we're going to start doing peeps on Wednesdays because they have a deal. And it was,
That's right.
he buys next time. I bought last time.
Next time.
The next one is a memorandum of agreement on the AA for the Tri-Cities Airport.
What this is an agreement with the village and the FAA. What they do is they have their AWOS system in our building down at the FBO building down there, and what it is basically the agreement between the village and them to keep their equipment right there. So it's like an agreement that they have that little area for their equipment.
Okay.
I make a motion.
I'll second that.
Hey, Trustee Connect?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
And Trustee Warner?
Yes.
All right, the next is a C-Corp, Type 2, NYSERDA Build Ready Program and the Village of Endicott Landfill. This is our advances large-scale renewable energy projects, identifying the sites that they're using for that.
I'll make a motion to accept the seeker type 2.
Second.
Okay.
Okay.
This helps us with the
Roll call. Trustee Connect?
Yes.
solar.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Okay.
The next one is our State DOT Shared Service Agreement for Emergency Assistance.
I'll make a motion to accept the
That we do want.
DOT shared service agreement.
Second.
Roll call. Trustee Connectney?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
And Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Right, the next one is our Pyramid Microsoft Exchange 2010 upgrade project to our computers.
I make a motion. We really need that. We've been having some very funny issues with our computer, and it's all due to our server. We need to upgrade our server, and we also need a better program we've been waiting for a long time. So I will definitely make a motion on that.
I'll second that, Cheryl.
Roll call?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Just a quick question, is that a budgeted item?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Nope, budgeted.
So we have, in our data processing budget, we have, maintenance agreements and contracts that we allow for things like that.
That's a yes for me.
Okay. Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
And Trustee Warner?
Yes.
All right, the next is our Benefitscape 1095C reporting contract.
I'll make a motion.
Service that we have, that we use, it's like an annual thing that we have to do.
I'll make a motion to accept Benefitscape reporting contract.
Second.
This is also a budgeted item that each department pays a piece of this expense. So we have roll call. Trustee Connectney?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
And Trustee Warner?
Yes.
All right. Our next one is by request of Chief Gary to transfer a heat alarm system to the Village of Owego for use. We no longer have our K-9. We don't need it in our car, so he's taking it out and he's giving it to the Village of Owego.
What this one is I talked to the chief regarding this. This was in the, we're keeping the one vehicle, K-9 vehicle, that's more up to date. This one was in, Vanek's car, Tara, and, it's an older system. It's the one that we're keeping, that was Sky's, is, more up to date and digital and more programmable. It's a nicer system. So, I have asked the chief, because I thought Owego did away with their police department. I guess they didn't. They're all part-time.
Yeah.
But they're thinking of getting a...
Yeah, Larry's gonna be down there with her. It's really good.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, part-time.
So, they need it for that car. So I thought that was very nice of us to help out a neighboring community.
Absolutely.
Plus, it was, like you said, it wasn't ours anyways. It was purchased by the STPCA. So actually, it was their property anyway.
I'll second that, Cheryl.
Do a roll call on that?
Yes,
Trustee
sir.
Connectney?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Now, the next one is, Chief Gary is asking to transfer ownership of K-9 Sky to Officer DeFluvio. DeFluvio is retiring, or leaving the police
I didn't
force.
know he left. Casey left?
Yeah, Casey's leaving.
And he's going into construction. He's getting
Yeah,
the
that's-
department all together.
It's getting rough out there. And because the dog lives with him all the time,
Yeah,
it's very difficult
absolutely.
to transfer the dog to someone else because, it's just kind of
Well,
problematic.
I did talk to Chief regarding that because I knew that Sky was transferred once before.
Oh.
But he said that Sky was transferred, but it was only she was only with the first handler for a few months, like 4 months. So they didn't have that bonding,
Right.
and where they do have the bonding there, and the canines only have so long of a use anyway in them. So, and it's like telling somebody you no longer can have a member of your family, but they do become your family. So it's hard.
I'll make a motion to accept the request to transfer ownership of Sky to Casey DeFilvio.
I'll second.
Okay, do a roll call. Trustee Connectney?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
And Trustee Warner?
Yes.
All right. Our next one is the memorandum of understanding for a resource officer. Both Endicott and Union High School, our contract, where they help pay for our resource officer to be in the high school.
I'll make.
One thing,
Paid for those dogs. They were all.
just one thing on this too is last year, as part of this agreement, so we have the school resource officer, which was a fixed amount that the school paid, and they had asked us to hire a crossing guard that they were paying for. So that's also included in this contract as well. So if you remember that the school resource officer was $30,000 a year for, and then the crossing guard was $8,500. They paid that. Well, and what we started last year was when we renewed last year, we added a 3% escalator in there on just the SRO portion. So this year it's 30,000 plus 3%, so 30,900 plus the 8,500. So that's the 39,400 that's in there.
Right, that's on
It's made up
section
of
D.
both those positions.
Thank you.
That's on section D.
Yep. I make a motion to accept the MOU for the school resource officer and the crossing guard for UE.
Second.
Okay, do roll call. Trustee Connectney?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
And Trustee Warner?
Yes.
I just want to clarify one thing for the village residents on that is when we were talking regarding the canine dogs, just let you know that the village did not pay for those dogs. Those dogs were all donated through that STPC group, and they paid for their equipment for the cars and also for the dogs and their training. So there was no cost to the village for those dogs.
All right.
All right, now the next one is our new meeting procedures. I did make a couple of changes because Bob had found a couple of things that we needed to change. We had to change a couple of things for our Zoom meeting on our meeting procedures, but this is so that we can kind of have some rules to go by. We're not doing too well on the getting.
There's changes to this one that was in the file?
Yeah, we just added, for example, I had to add on page 2, I had to add for special meetings, I have put C section 70-2, and on our regular meetings, I put C section 70-1, and on the front, I took off that we can't talk on the phone, we can have telephone conferencing. I did not realize that that was in here, and we took that off. We can have telephone conferencing.
So I think we need a copy of the, whatever you're calling the final draft.
It's sitting at your desk, Ted. It's right in front of your chair.
You said you made changes to it.
Talked to me at 4 o'clock, so I didn't. I only did.
You said you made changes to it.
Yeah, and that's why the copy's sitting there. Bob contacted me at 4, and I made the copy, the changes right then at 4 o'clock tonight.
So the one we have has those changes?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Make a motion to accept meeting procedures.
I'll second that.
I think we need to go down through this and discuss some of these things.
This is NICOM. Anybody can look on NICOM on the
No,
computer.
this is drastically different from NICOM. This is not NICOM word for word, and you know that.
I'll look at it for 2 weeks. So let's take a vote, and you can, if you vote no, you vote no.
We can't vote on this until we have a discussion on it.
All right.
And I think we should go down through this and discuss these different things.
I mean,
this is a major
with the mayor.
This is a major document. This is a major document. This is replacing Robert's Rules of Order for how we run the meetings.
When I first took over in January, this is what I thought Construction Law 41 was. I had gone through NICOM, and the NICOM lawyer, when I said, I need a copy of Construction Law 41, this is what he sent me. So unfortunately...
Well, I don't think it matters what you thought in January. I think what matters is this is drastically different than what's in the NICOM book, and you know it's different. You changed a lot of stuff in here.
Go ahead, Ted. You can go through anything you would like to. The floor is yours.
I think the whole board should go down through and discuss each item, I think, probably.
Go ahead. You can start.
So I don't have any questions on the first, whatever, till the bottom. Let's see here. When we get on the second page, let's see here, first and third. under special meetings, you had, now this is something you wrote, Linda, so we know that you wrote this on your own. You took the NICOM suggested ideas and you changed them drastically, and this is what you came up with. But anyway, on here it says special meetings may be called by the mayor or any trustee upon notice of the entire board, to the entire board. Well, it should say notice to the entire board. It says notice of. And it's always been, the Endicott law is you can, it requires 2 trustees to call a meeting, a special meeting.
Yeah, that was the purpose, Ted, of my email to the mayor today, that that section needs to reflect 70-2 in our code book.
That was the correction that the mayor talked about. It's correcting that.
No,
I don't see any reference to that section though on this part.
Oh, well, you don't have the most updated one, Ted?
Yeah, he doesn't have the, must not have the most updated
Well,
one.
she just told me that I do. When was this new updated one put it out?
4:30 tonight.
But just
4:30. Didn't we agree that Friday noon is the deadline to change the agenda?
Go ahead, Bob. You can talk.
I mean, we can't watch our email all day long Monday. Get a document at 4:30 on Monday, and go in and change all of our papers in our files.
Then you're going to be Bob's going to be talking to you.
No, all I'm saying is the updated one does not exactly mirror 70-2 in our code book. Because it says a special meeting may be called by the mayor and any trustee, whereas our code book says it may be called by the mayor or by any 2 trustees.
So we can't. So what are we saying? What's the final version in this section here?
Well, I mean, my point in my email is we can't change our local laws through a policy. So the policy ought to exactly mirror what our local law is.
So that would be the.
So can we do this? Can we do this? Can we get this final? It's hard to discuss this when you don't have it in front of you and it's been changed 2 hours before the meeting. Can we get a final draft of this before we go down through this? Because we're going to run into this on several other places here where I'm afraid.
Well, by saying see section 70-2, it creates a contradiction between 70-2 and what's stated in here. So I think. Well,
I understand that, Bob, but I don't have that here in front of me. I don't think Pat has it here in front of him. I don't know if Eileen and Cheryl do.
Yeah, he's here. Your copy's here at your desk, Ted. It's right in front of your chair, but you're not here for it.
Cheryl, I have a file that I pick up every week just like you. It's not in my file as of the final draft.
That was not me talking.
All right, we can pass this.
Well, whoever it was.
That we're going, can we pass for the changes or should we make the changes first? I don't mind, I'm just asking.
I think we need a final draft, whatever your final draft is.
Bob right now, please.
So that we can look at it and discuss it.
Bob's talking, Ted. Bob's talking.
My recommendation is that this portion about special meetings be changed to reflect 70-2. You can either just agree to that tonight, and I mean, I've got 70-2 in front of me. I can read it, but you probably know it. It's been on the books for years. So we could just make that change here tonight, or if you want to get it all down in paper, in the sheet, and vote on it next meeting, that's acceptable as well.
Well, I would suggest that we do that because I'm sure there's going to be a couple other ones here as we go through this.
All right, well, we'll mark that one down, and then we'll see what else you'd like to change.
Okay, on the 2 or 3 more down from that under agenda. It says the agenda of every of the board trustees meeting shall be prepared by the clerk at direction of the mayor. The mayor and any trustee may have an item placed on the agenda 24 hours with a 24-hour notice. I guess that means 24-hour notice before what? The mayor or any trustee may have an item placed on the agenda on at least 24 hours notice. What does that mean?
24 hours notice before the meeting?
So in other words, someone could have changed the agenda at 6 o'clock last night.
Well, you want the agendas or everything in your mailbox no later than 5, so my guess is 5 would probably be better.
Well, if we're talking about Friday at 5 o'clock, that's one thing, because then there's 3 days. But if we're talking about like tonight's meeting, 24 hours ahead is 6 o'clock last night, and how can you change the agenda at 6 o'clock last night? There's no one there to type it up again.
By Friday. Everything we do is going by Friday, so I don't know. Should we change that to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I think the board ought to discuss, like, what do you want the cutoff date to be for changing the agenda?
Well, let me read this paragraph and then I'll answer you that question, Bob. It says, when possible, items for the agenda must be given to the clerk by 12 noon on the business day prior. Now, let's just think in terms of a Monday night meeting, and the day prior would have been Friday. Items may be placed on the agenda at any time, including during the meeting. So we're saying you can put it on, you must put it on 24 hours ahead. Then we're saying you've got to have it in by noon on Friday. Now we're saying you can put anything on the agenda during the meeting.
By a majority vote of the board.
Right, so that's the distinction. So if it's before the meeting, the mayor or any trustee can do it. If it's at the meeting, a majority of the board can do it.
To add it to the agenda during the meeting.
Right.
Okay, the agenda will be prepared and emailed or put into the board members' mailboxes by 5 o'clock on the business day prior, which is Friday. A supplemental agenda may be distributed at the beginning of each board meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So that means we have a 24-hour notice. We have Friday at noon. We have during the meeting, and now we have, you can add a supplemental agenda immediately before the board. So I guess my question is, which is number 2? We talked about this 2, 3, 4 weeks ago that I think we all agreed to have Friday noon as the deadline for changing the agenda. And let me finish.
What into was when it came.
Cheryl, are you interrupting? I'd like to finish. What this paragraph does, it just obliterates everything, and it basically says, if the board votes, you can even change the agenda during the meeting. So this paragraph doesn't really give us any direction at all.
The reason I had this sent out on August 24th to the board, and Anthony rewrote it for me, was to let you talk to me about this so we could have straightened this all out before we came tonight. You should have called me up and said, hey, Linda, we're kind of messed up here. We got to straighten this out. Why didn't you call me last week or the week before? Why do you wait till the night of the meeting to do this?
This is the time to discuss it. If we're going to discuss it, I would like. If we're going to discuss it, I would like the whole board to hear the discussion, and I would like the people attending the meeting to hear the discussion.
Board members, to me, it's fine. We need a better communication. We can't do it just for an audience. This is business.
That's what we have a meeting for, to discuss these things.
Yes, to discuss business. We could have had this all hashed out. What difference would it have made if you told me, hey, Linda, you screwed up on the time? I would have changed it. Tonight you would have said, hey, we got this on the time now. We got it all straightened out. We could have voted on it.
So why don't you can change it right now?
I can, as we're doing. Bob and I right now are going through it, and as you're talking to us, and Bob found something he wanted me to change also. We're changing it, and I have no problem with rewriting it and doing it again in 2 weeks. That's not a big deal.
So when we get done going through this, if you want to make the changes and give it to me, I'll read them, and then I'll call you or email you back with my comments or my changes also.
I will do that for every person on this board. Every person.
So Bob, my opinion on this paragraph for the agenda it's kind of meaningless because there is no deadline at this point.
I have a
The
motion
agenda
to make, guys.
the agenda can be changed according.
Until we talk.
Did you want me to go down through this?
No, we'll talk about it tomorrow. There's no sense in wasting, village board time for this. If we have a lot more changes, why don't we wait like we should have done on our.
Well, this is something we're going to vote on, and we have the board members have a right to give their opinions and discuss it.
To, hold it over.
Hold it over. Hold it over.
Yes.
One comment?
Sure you can, Pat.
Just, I really don't see a lot of stuff in here that I would disagree with, but the only one major thing I see in here is the general rules of procedure on the third page. Just in the middle of the paragraph says, if a member is called to order, they must cease speaking until a question of order is determined.
Mm-hmm.
A member is in order, he or she may proceed. If he or she is found out of order, they must cease speaking.
Mm-hmm.
I just worry, as contested as some of our stuff is on Geo and wherever, that the determining
that's part of our
person
local
is
law.
the mayor to stop discussion, or if she feels they're out of order. I just worry that freedom of speech
part of our local
could be
law,
limited.
correct?
So.
That whole section? That's part of NICOM law. I took that right out of NICOM. What that is if I would tell somebody they're out of order and don't let them speak again, I better have a darn good reason, because my lawyer next to me is going to yell at me if I don't.
And who determines what those reasons are? There's no criteria. In that paragraph, there's zero criteria of what reasons you can use to call that out of order thing.
We would addendum that to say, if there's a fight amongst the trustee, another trustee, the mayor, that our attorney should referee the question and see if
You
somebody
can tell us
can
if it's
talk.
legal or not. Because I can't tell somebody they're out of order if it's not legal.
Right.
Now, we have a...
Where does it say that, Linda? I mean, it doesn't address any of this stuff.
We have a motion on the floor. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Would you take a roll call, please, Mr. Bates?
What's the motion?
We're holding this
We're holding it over until you guys can look it over again.
Let me ask a question. We've had this rule for 40 years, and you and I talked about this a lot, Linda, because you had trouble last year. We had a rule where one person can hold over any issue to the following regular meeting.
Yep, that's what we're doing.
Okay, so you don't need to vote on it. One person can hold it over.
That's true. We don't have to vote on it.
I held it over.
All right, it's held over.
Done deal.
Let's go on to the next thing now. We have a waiver for a waiver application for our Assistant Chief Craig Williams. We've done this in the past with civil service because the waiver. So I will make a motion for a waiver application, Chief Craig Williams.
I'll second that.
Good.
Do roll call. Trustee Konecny?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Okay, Eileen, you're on.
I make a motion to pay the bills.
Second. Sorry, Anthony.
Do roll call on that. Trustee Konecny?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Aye.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
And Trustee Warner?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
All right, now we've got all the things we had public hearing on. Well, four, we don't have to vote on that, the 20-mile-an-hour one. But we do have to vote on the other ones, the planning board, the zoning board, the 2-hour parking, and the electric charging vehicles. So we'll start off with the planning board. I would like to entertain a motion for our... Make a motion to allow alternates on the planning board.
A resolution to approve the local law.
A resolution.
I'll make a motion.
I have a problem with my paperwork in the file. We've had this before, where I have the resolution approving the local law, but I don't have what the local law says. It's just the paper to approve the resolution, but there's nothing here where I can read the law. And I have the same thing for zoning board also.
So that would have been emailed to you, Ted, but I would agree that we ought to make a habit of including not only the resolution, but the local law in the packet.
I have it.
Whenever it's coming up for approval.
I have it.
Yeah, and we did do that, but sometimes it doesn't get in there. But this is one of the times it didn't get in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah. So
It's on the
you
And I
back.
think the same is, I think the same is true for the
Yeah,
electric,
yeah, on the back.
All right, sorry.
Yes.
I don't know, there's three people talking. I didn't hear what anybody said. I think this is the same case for 4A, B, and C. I don't know about D. Yeah, same thing for 4D, the parking lot.
Yeah, so it's the same law that I sent to everyone, so you know what the law is, it hasn't changed, but I think your point of just to have a complete packet in front of us during the meetings,
And I will,
agree that we ought to have the resolution and the law in the packet.
yep.
Yeah, otherwise it could have been changed by a couple words, so I guess let's just hold these things over till the next time and get it in our file.
We don't have to hold them over. We have everything. It was emailed to you.
I don't know if you were listening to Bob. He said it says it's a very good idea to have them in our packet, just so we can.
Ted, I
so we can
was
see
really
what
saying, going forward, when we create these packets, they ought to include the law and the resolution. But I can tell you the law has not changed at all between the time it was provided to all the trustees and right now, the vote. And it couldn't be changed unless there was some action by the village board to approve that.
And you say that for 4A, B, C, and D?
Yes.
Planning board, zoning board, electric vehicle, and the parking lot.
Yes. Now, just to clarify, the planning board and zoning board laws, remember, we did have two versions of those. The first one included the residency provision. We took that out, remember?
Yes.
And so those laws are limited to just approving the two alternate positions for each board.
And they have to be.
So I guess my ultimate point, and I think you probably agree, Bob, is that we shouldn't be doing this village official business through email. I think we should have these papers in front of us in our packet.
Well, they
so that
were in previous packets, but they should be in the packet when you're voting. I fully agree.
And I'll explain that to her, because I think she says that because we've already have it, and that we should be taking it out of that packet and transferring it if we held it over, because she's trying to save paper. I get where she's going with that.
Well, we're trying to
responsible. Make sure you have your packets all included and together.
Cheryl, we're trying to run a $20 million budget business here. We can afford to print out some papers that we can look at during the meeting and see what we're talking about.
I think the biggest problem is most of us have already done that. And so we assumed, I guess, that you had too. We did not know you didn't.
No.
I'm sorry.
Our stuff in with
However,
it.
We did.
I've done it also. But when we're sitting here voting on something, we need to see what we're voting on. We can't pull something off the email from a week ago, because it could have been changed.
We have it in front of us.
We all have it in front of us.
Transferred it from our old packet to the new
Well, I don't know
packet.
if you're listening. I don't have it in my packet.
Then look at your last week's. Look at your last month.
Okay.
I'm
make
sorry?
a motion.
We're making a motion now, Ted. Thank you.
I make a motion to accept the resolution to add alternates to the planning board.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, Mr.
Okay.
Bates.
I'll do roll call. Trustee Connectney?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Okay, I'm going to vote to approve, yes on all four of these, for A, B, C, and D, this tonight. But I would like to have them in our packet from now on, or else.
Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. No problem, Ted.
Of course, we've done this conversation 2 months ago, Linda. Same exact conversation.
Can we move on?
Thank you, Ted.
Zoning board.
Well, if Linda can make a comment, I can too.
To approve the local law for zoning board alternates.
I'll second that.
Okay, do roll call. Trustee Connectney?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Okay, next.
I make a motion to approve the local law for the electric charging stations.
I'll second that.
Roll call. Trustee Connectney?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
And Trustee Warner?
Yes.
I make a motion to approve the local law amending Chapter 235, adding 2-hour parking limit at parking lot 12, Prospect and Exchange Street.
I'll second.
And roll call, Trustee Connectney?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner? Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
And Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Very good. Everything's taken care of. All right, now we come to unfinished business. So Ted, you get to do the next one.
Yeah, I brought up the topic of having. There's no law against in-person meetings any longer. Actually, I don't know if there ever was one, but anyway, we do not. There's no law against having in-person meetings. Town of Union has them. A lot of different municipalities have them. And so, my idea at the last meeting was that we have that for our village board meetings. In-person meetings, you said that the room only holds 6. And maybe instead of having people come there and then you tell them to go home, maybe we can come up with some other way that they can, I don't know, the 6 can be chosen somehow so we don't have to turn people away at the door, that type of thing.
First come, first served.
We were going to do it first come, first served. That's how everybody else is doing it.
Ted, I have
Okay.
a question. Will you be here as well?
Who's asking that?
Eileen,
Pardon me?
are you going to be here when we have in-house board meetings?
I probably will not. And I explained to Anthony, he can tell you after the meeting why I have some personal experiences that happened around town, and I have very good reasons not to, and I don't have to have good reasons.
No,
But
no, you don't.
you know why people are not, you know why you all know why we have Zoom to start with. So I'm offended by you asking that question.
It was just a simple question.
Yeah, he explained.
Yeah, I know, but I'm offended by it.
I haven't heard anything. He hasn't explained it to me.
It doesn't matter whether you've heard anything. I'm still offended.
It's okay for him to offend you. Are we moving on?
Where are we?
Ted, it's...
Yes, well, I'll make a motion that we start at the next meeting with in-person meetings.
And we would still continue to do the Zoom, right? It would just be in person for the maximum occupancy that we could possibly fit with the 6-foot distancing.
Yes, exactly.
And then the other thing we've got to discuss too is
wait to see if it passes first.
Well, then we have all this added expense because now we've got to have the court clerk here taking temperatures, taking names, and asking them those questions that they got to ask.
Did they do that at Town of Union, Linda, when you were going?
Yes. And it's a pain in the neck, and it's very disorganized. I love the guys at the Town of Union, but I went to one, I will not go back.
They take temperatures at those meetings?
I don't know if they took temperatures. They were supposed to, but I don't know if they did.
Well, you were there.
Yeah, but I didn't get mine taken. I don't know if they did the ones before me.
So then they didn't take temperatures. And what else did they do?
You have to write down your name. You have to wear your mask. You can only allow so many people in.
Well, you're making the public do that now, write down their name.
Oh, yeah. So let's just go on, Ted. Go ahead and make your motion, please.
I will make a motion that we start on September 21, if that's the right date for the next meeting, with in-person meetings, first come, first serve, and the meetings will also continue on Zoom for people who want to do that.
I'll second that motion.
All right, then you can take a roll call vote.
Okay, so we'll have roll call on that. Trustee Connectney?
No.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
I vote no. I mean, there's other people here that have health issues that are here.
I'm worried about people coming in.
And I would be worried about people coming in. I think we can just continue with Zoom as of right now. Everybody has legitimate reasons to be scared. And then with the fall season coming up, we have no idea.
Do you have a mask on right now, Cheryl?
No, but I'm 6 feet away from everybody.
So
So
you're worried about health issues, but you don't have a mask on.
I have one right by me, but I'm well over 6 feet away from people.
Does Does that work when it's sitting beside you?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Now, how would you?
So you're voting no. Okay, you're voting no. I didn't hear what Eileen's vote was.
No.
Eileen was no, Pat was yes, Cheryl was no, and now you're up.
My vote is yes.
Okay, and Mayor Jackson?
No.
Linda said no?
It was no,
Correct.
yeah.
Yeah, I have
So it's
asthma,
3-2.
Ted. I have asthma.
It's 3-2?
Yes.
Right.
Now, Ted, you have the second one.
Could be the
You got
seventh
next,
person
the
to
next
tell that
item
they
on
can't come
number
in.
B.
So the fact that we were going to vote on this and vote it down 3-2 makes me even more offended, Eileen, for your question earlier. So number 2 is about the addition of a second hearing of visitors to the board meetings. We've had 2 hearing of visitors at all the board meetings for 50 years. Town of Union has 2 hearing of visitors. Right now we only have 1. Linda unilaterally took that off the agenda, and we only have 1 at the end of the meeting. So people right now are not able to speak about anything when they know there's a vote coming up during the meeting. They can't speak about anything that's going to happen during the meeting. This is at the end of the meeting when we're ready to adjourn, where we have the second hearing of visitors. It's obviously put there for a reason. So I would like to make a motion that we return we replace the first hearing of visitors to item, I think, number 3 on the agenda, starting at the September 21 meeting.
What do you say, item 3?
It doesn't matter what item number we make it, but I think it used to be item number 3.
So you want to move it to item number to?
No, I want to add it back. So we'd have 1 at the beginning, to item 3 or 4 or wherever you want to put it. And then we have 1 at the end like we have now, which is the same thing Town of Union has, by the way.
County has none. They have absolutely no public hearing of visitors, I mean.
Well, this is taking forever as it is, but.
I think our meetings are taking way too long now. It's up to you guys. You vote.
Well, I think we know the vote, but I guess we can go ahead and take the vote.
Okay. Ted, you're making the motion on that?
Yeah, I make a motion on what I just said.
Yeah, I'll second.
Pat will second. Okay, we'll do a roll call.
I don't know, did you want to move just move the 1 hearing of visitors?
I think the crux of Ted's motion is to have 2 hearings of visitors rather than 1.
Oh, okay.
Oh, go ahead, Bob.
Well, I was going to say, you were talking about where it shows up on the agenda. That might be a separate issue, but I think first, the board needs to decide, do you want to have 2 or 1 hearing of visitors?
Yeah, and yes, that's the motion, that we have 2 hearing of visitors, 1 at the beginning, 1 at the end of the meeting.
Okay, I have a motion and a second, so we'll do a roll call.
No.
Trustee Jackson?
No.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
No.
And Trustee Warner?
Yes.
And
so along that same line, I'll make a motion that...
Ted, I didn't finish that vote yet, Ted.
Mayor Jackson? Okay.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
Okay, we just didn't have the mayor's vote yet, so it was, the motion was 2-3 and it failed.
Yeah, I assumed that was going to be, okay, so I would like to make a motion that we move the second hearing of visitors from the end of the meeting to the beginning of the meeting.
So, I don't know where you're asking in the beginning, but I think
I can look back on.
Yeah, it's either like before or after bids. I think is if you're going.
I just pulled a file out. I from March.
It was right around bids, I think.
It was actually number 6, right after committee reports in March.
Well, okay. Well, committee reports are third.
That would be my motion, to move the current hearing of visitors to immediately after committee reports.
It's not on the agenda.
So committee reports is number 3 on the current agenda. So it'd be before the public hearing?
Yeah,
You might want to go after?
You want that after?
Yeah, between 3 and 4 then.
Well, public hearing's 4. Then you have approval of minutes, and then maybe hearing of visitors before we get into bids? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, that's fine. We do public hearings first, approval of minutes, and then move the hearing of visitors there.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe see what other people think.
I'll second the motion wherever you want to stick it.
Well, what's the opinions of everybody else of where at the beginning?
But I think at the end they can discuss what went on with the meeting. I mean, it's better, it gives them more information to discuss things.
I like to get our business over and done with, because that's what this is for, it's for business. And if people want to chat afterwards, that's perfect. Because if they wanted to make a comment, they could call us.
Well, this way they can comment about the meeting.
Yeah, that's true too.
Oh, no.
Well, it's a very good way to end up with only half the people still watching, and it's a very good way to make people bored, and a very good way to let people talk at the end of the meeting about things that will make no difference because they've already been done. I mean, it's very clever how you did this, but that was my motion.
Well, that's your opinion.
Or we could have none at all.
Yeah, you're right, Cheryl.
So we're moving this to after the, or your motion is to move it to after the approval of minutes on the current agenda? I mean, on the...
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And I'll second if it needs another.
Okay, and Trustee Dorner seconds that motion. We'll do a roll call. Do Trustee Connectney?
No.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
No.
Trustee Warner?
I didn't hear what Eileen's vote was.
Eileen was, Trustee Connectney was no. Trustee Dorner
was
yes.
My vote is yes,
no.
and so we can get Linda's no vote.
And Mayor Jackson?
No. Okay.
Well, I don't have any more motions to in favor of the public and in favor of stopping the preventing their freedom of speech. I guess that's going to continue.
I think they're speaking.
I will read mine. Our village board meetings are for reporting village business to our village residents. These are not town hall meetings. Hearing of visitors is not a requirement of any municipality. If people want to voice their concern, problem, or idea to anyone on the village board, we are all accessible by email, letter, or phone. All of our contact information is on the village website. There's no need for an audience for this communication. We need to communicate more village business. Some people have been caught up on one specific topic, and it's overshadowing all the rest of the work we are accomplishing for the majority of the village. I would much rather have our regular old meetings where people can just walk in and speak. But until that's normal on this Zoom, I just think this is best. Hopefully we're going to get back to normal someday, but heaven only knows when.
Okay, I also have two sentences I'd like to read to add to that. The two sentences I would like to read is this. Protocol has not been, this was written last November. Protocol has not been a priority of this administration for many years. Now that's talking about the Bertoni administration last year. We need transparency. Previously, decisions have been made without collecting the necessary facts, and no input has been taken from the public. This must change! Exclamation point. This was a campaign flyer you put out last fall, Linda.
Yes, it certainly was. Yes, it was. That's why we're doing so much better now. Now,
well,
can we go on to the next item,
that's
please?
one opinion.
Can we go on to the next thing on the agenda? We have our protest petition. Now, you already know. We need to address this because it's taken way too long. Delta has been working on this for 4 months, and they have not completed their task. while I agree this needs to be done correctly, it appears we need a second company to review this, because obviously Delta just cannot do it, not after 4 months. I would like to make a motion to go back to our original choice and hire Barton and Loladice to complete this study. They have assured us they have every intention of matching the petitions to the partials and completing the correct survey. As long as we have the GIS from the Broome County, which we do. This should only take 2 weeks, and now we will have it in writing. So that's with my motion I would like to make to go back to Barton and Loladice.
I will second that.
Thank you.
Shame on Delta.
Well, it just was out of their league, I think.
Okay.
Okay.
Second. Can I ask Bob?
Anthony, could I interrupt for a second? The way the process works is you make a motion, you make a second, then you have a chance to make an amendment to that motion, and then you have a discussion, and then you vote. So I have something to say in the discussion.
All right.
I don't know if anybody else does, or if anybody has an amendment they want to add to it.
Go ahead, Ted. The floor's yours.
Anthony and Bob have been really spending a lot of time working on these petitions. They got a.
The group.
Did you want to interrupt me, or did you want me to go ahead? They've been doing a lot of work. I was down there for looking at these maps myself in one of the meetings. It's a very extensive, very complicated process. I told Roger from Delta that this process has not been done in New York State anywhere for 5 years and probably never will be. It's very unusual. They told Anthony today that they will have the final report with all these corrections Bob and Anthony gave them in the last 3 or 4 days. They will have this report tomorrow, and at the very latest, Friday. This started out with one of the people at Delta, and that person went on vacation. And so we are now working, or Bob and Anthony are working with a second person from Delta. I believe they have a meeting set up for Friday morning. And I believe this whole thing will be completed and finalized by Friday. And your motion will also cost another chunk of money, but I've looked at this numerous times in the last 3 or 4 or 5 weeks, and regardless, it's very complicated to try to explain what has to be done to come up with these answers. And it's hard to even convince people, unless they're sitting there in front of the maps, to show them how unique and how complicated this is. And they Bob found a couple of things yesterday that I and nobody else had even thought of before. That has to be a very easy change. But I think Bob, Anthony, and myself are very confident with the new person that Delta assigned to this for today and tomorrow and Friday. So I think we should give them their chance till Friday, see how we look. Now, the other thing that's involved in this too, Linda, Bob is trying to get this report so it's flawless. And the reason for that is we, the village, do not want a lawyer from other places and other groups to come in and be able to tear this report apart and say, here's a flaw, here's a flaw, here's a flaw. And then all of a sudden it casts suspicion by everybody on this report. So I think Bob is right on track of what we're supposed to be doing here. And I give him a lot of credit, and he came up with quite a lot of ideas that were very good, I thought, in the last 3 weeks. So I really think we should give them till Friday and take Anthony and Bob's suggestion, what happens Friday.
I think you have made my point perfectly clear. This was Delta's job. It wasn't up to Bob and Anthony. And I'm very upset.
No.
And I think if the company can't do it right and can't get it done without using my attorney, my village attorney, and my village manager and charging him money. Now, I am not firing Delta. If they can get it done by Friday, fine. I didn't say I'm firing anybody. I'm just saying we need to...
I didn't use that term either. I just said we should let Delta and Bob and Anthony get this work done on Friday. If they can't do it Friday, I think we should tell them tomorrow morning they have till Friday. But if they can't get this done by Friday, I'm very frustrated myself on this, and I would probably go over and agree with you.
I talked to the owner of Delta myself, and I told him last week it had to be done by last Wednesday. Obviously, that didn't work, so my threatening and saying it has to be done is not going to make a difference. Now, I want to hire Barton Molodice.
I think one thing that would help you is if you met with Bob tomorrow and had Bob or Anthony can do it too, show you these maps and show you some of these intricacies that are involved in this thing. It's very, very interesting project, very, very complex, and way more than you would ever possibly believe. But
I agree with you.
if you saw them, you would understand, I think.
I agree with you, Ted, but it's not Bob's and Anthony's job to do this. We're paying it's like double jeopardy. We're paying Delta and we're paying Bob and Anthony to go over the same stuff.
I disagree because this document, this final report is very, very, very important for what's hanging around us in the village for lawsuits. This has to go into court, and some judge is going to possibly look at this, and the other side is going to try to tear it apart. Bob is trying to get it to be flawless, and I agree with what he's trying to do, and Anthony. So it is very important for us to have Bob and Anthony looking at this. I know it was their job to produce this thing, but we have to find the mistakes or the overlooks or whatever and get it right. Bob is protecting the village, and that's exactly what we want. We want to document, and these guys have spent hours and hours and hours on it, the Delta guys, even though they've taken a long time, and I hate that, but they've spent hours and hours and hours on this. This is not an easy job. But Bob and Anthony are protecting the village, and I really give them a lot of credit for doing that.
Ted, Pat would like to say something.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Bob to address this to everybody, that this thing is a very complicated, convoluted, 3 different issues that could make this pass or fail. And can you attest this thing it's not an easy subject, and besides, if Delta did the job and say per se that they got the 20% of the petition vote, somebody's going to have to verify that their information was correct. You're not just going to say Delta do it and say okay, it passed. Somebody's got to verify it. It's got to be Anthony and you, or it's not just blind faith that a third party is going to do that. So, saying that we should have done it and why should Anthony and Bob McCurdick be involved, I think that's kind of an assumption that shouldn't be made. And
my view on this is it's a team effort, really, is the best way to phrase it. I mean, you need engineers who know how to prepare these maps and to measure them. You need a lawyer who knows how to read the law and the case law and how the ambiguities have been interpreted. And Anthony has been probably the most valuable person out of all of them, because he knows the ins and outs of the village, because when you're looking at these maps, it really depends what's on the ground and what's this parcel and where is this, and he's able to pick those out. So I would say this is a team effort. We're all a part of it. That's how I've been viewing it right along.
And just a few minutes ago, there was talking about lawsuits that Ted brought up. Now, there's a comment made in Slate, I think, that, it's your attorney, which would be Claudia Bramer. Now, you got the other side. If this thing's close, Sunjiel may be the ones that are going to turn around and sue the village or contest it. So let's not just say it's the Bramer group first, because it could likely be Sunjiel.
We didn't say that. We didn't
It's got to
say
be
anything.
exactly done the right way. So just a comment.
I did say it. Yeah.
Oh, he's right. I didn't catch that.
And then one other thing Linda would like to add to this is that I understand why you're saying that, and I totally understand why you're trying to get it done. But if some other company does this, Anthony and Bob, and I'll go down there too, have to go through this whole thing again and do this again. We'd actually be able to almost train them on how to do this because we've looked at this so many times. So it's not just going to cost us more money for another company. It's going to cost us money for our time with Anthony and Bob to go through this. And we just like Pat says, that we got to verify it. The reason we have to verify it is because this is the focus of a possible lawsuit against the village.
They may sue
and it has to be done right.
And also, even though it's taken a long time, I was told that Delta is not charging extra money for this additional time, so.
Because they have a contract, and if they weren't able to do it in the first place, or weren't sure how to do it, then maybe they shouldn't have put in a bid.
And like I said, I'm not firing Delta. If they get it done by tomorrow, great, but we need to hire Barton and Lolodice to get started on it. Because then
third party to verify.
Otherwise, we're going to be a couple weeks behind if Delta doesn't show up and do it again. Maybe.
Well, I thought we were talking Friday, by Friday.
Delta said they'd have it here tomorrow.
So if they have it here tomorrow, fine.
Anthony, was there something that they said that had to do with Friday?
Yeah, they said tomorrow or Friday. So, I mean, I know. Well, Bob and we're going to meet tomorrow and continue working on some things on our side. But as far as the update of the maps there, they were trying to get it by Thursday, but they said, they had some other. They were, moving some personnel around, and if they can get to it Thursday, they would for our meeting, and if not, we'd at least get something by Friday to look at.
But I asked to hire Barton and Lolodice another 1 or 2 meetings ago, so I really want to get that in place, and I appreciate you making the motion.
So when you want to amend the motion that if we do not receive it by
tomorrow.
Tomorrow, close the business.
Tomorrow, close the business.
Well, Linda, you can't do that. They've already talked to people at Delta, and they've got Thursday or Friday in mind. We can't just jump behind them and change that on them without them knowing that. You got to give them at least a day notice.
Let's do both. Let's do both. We'll hire Barton and Lolodice tomorrow, and whoever gets it done first, then we use it.
That's a $3,000.
You want to pay twice?
Certainly, yes.
And,
so compared to what I've already paid in lawyer fees and stuff, yes, I'm fully prepared to do that. I'm asking.
You're prepared to pay for this report twice, but Cheryl's worried about printing out a new agenda on one piece of paper.
Don't bring me into this, Ted.
Nice try, though.
Why not, Cheryl? I can do whatever I want. We have freedom of speech.
Yeah,
so
sure you do.
Anyway,
we have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
What is the motion?
The motion is to hire Barton and Lolodice.
No,
well, there's more to it. Let's hear the whole motion.
We'll hire them if Delta doesn't come through with this by tomorrow night.
Well, they said Friday.
Okay, Friday morning at 10 o'clock. If they don't have it here by Friday morning at 10, or would you say noon would be fair?
I said Friday, so I need to go close the business.
I don't think we
put a
time limit on them.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say 4 o'clock Friday, and then that gives me time to talk to Barton and Lolodice. It's not completely done and ready to vote on, and then we will call a special meeting next Monday to vote on this. Is that agreeable to everyone?
Well, I would say that if we know, if you want to call a special meeting, if they do not have it to us by closing on Friday.
Thank you, Cheryl.
That's a good idea.
That's the most logical thing you've said tonight.
Well, that's slighting, but I think that's a good idea, Cheryl.
Because I mean, let's see what they come out with first if they're going to get it by Friday.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
They have this, but we like I told you earlier, we can't see spending
if
more
money. If they don't get it done by Friday, then it's a breach of contract. We're not going to be doing.
So are we talking, like Anthony said, 4 o'clock Friday?
4 o'clock Friday. If they don't have it by 4 o'clock
well, that's
Friday,
usually close a business. That's close a business, right?
So basically, if they don't have it by 4 o'clock Friday, you are calling for, you're going to have a special meeting, vote to fire Delta and hire a new company.
Do we want to just do?
I mean, that's not the motion, but that's what we're doing. So you can't say you're not firing Delta, because if we do that, that's what you're.
That's something you have to.
I wouldn't fire Delta, but we will consider them in breach. So we make the motion that we will hire Barton and Lola Dice if we don't have this.
No, that's what we're calling the meeting, special meeting is when we would make a motion to hire them.
I'd rather not bother with a special meeting. What do you think?
We're not hiring them today or tomorrow. If they don't have it by 4 o'clock Friday, call a special meeting whenever you want, and we'll vote to hire that other company.
I've tried to hire them.
That's fair.
And they keep telling me no. I think we're a week.
The clock is ticking.
And Barton and Lola Dice have, I know, let me just finish this one thing, just a second here. And I've got it in writing by Barton and Lola Dice that they'll have it done. And that they will have it done with the petitions and the partials. And I have it here in writing by Scott Nordstrom.
Have it done how long? How fast?
2 weeks. And it's in writing, or they're in breach of contract and they don't get paid. And they have met their contract before, so I have no reason to think that they wouldn't this time.
So as far as tonight goes, Linda, we're just going to go until Friday at 4, and then if that doesn't happen with Delta, then you do whatever you're thinking of doing there. I mean, we don't need to vote or decide on that tonight.
I don't know if we can do that because you're trying to hire somebody, but
well, we can't hire them tonight if we're going to give Delta till 4 o'clock Friday. Now you're being illogical.
No, that's true. We can have a special meeting on Monday, and then we can also do the meeting procedures on Monday. We can do both. You know, that's a perfect idea.
Well, my thing is, you can't say you're going to hire somebody.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Okay.
That's what I'm getting at. So I think you would
That's a
have
good
to have
idea.
a special meeting to do that.
Cheryl's right. You either hire them, you don't. You can't, you know.
Sure. Should we
It's
have
ridiculous.
a special meeting on Monday then?
Pat's got a question.
Oh, sure, Pat.
Bob and Anthony, is there, these things that are coming up that are question marks, are these legitimate issues that you think are justifying a delay to make sure it's right, or not?
Well, I mean, my opinion is, this is a very complicated thing, so I'm not surprised that this takes multiple drafts. We've been getting a draft, you pick it apart and say, nah, this property, this should be here. I mean, it really takes a lot of detailed work. I think the only problem we've had is the gap of time between drafts that we're receiving. That's where the problem is.
And then a guy going out of town and they don't tell us.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I think there was some emergency, personal emergency that he had, my understanding.
Yeah.
So
I'm not worried
that
about poor
happens.
Roger. I'm worried about the fact that they didn't bother to replace him and they made us call them and they put off us for 2 weeks. That's what I'm upset about. I'm not upset about Roger having to leave. Everybody has emergencies.
Right.
Now that's what I'm upset about. So if we could just have a special meeting on Monday.
Let me give everybody just one little tiny example of what they're dealing with. And this came up, I believe, yesterday. Anthony or Bob, you can correct me. That nobody has. These are professional engineers, professional survey people that have been working on this for whatever it is now, 5 or 6 weeks. But none of them and none of us who have been looking at these things even saw this. We're talking about petitions from property owners that are in a 100-foot ribbon that goes around. Let's just take Huron as the only industrial zone district. So a 100-foot ribbon goes around the perimeter of that, and you add up all that land in that 100-foot perimeter, and then those petitions had to get 20% of that land signed by owners of 20% of that land. All of a sudden, I think it was yesterday, it came up that they're counting when it goes along Watson Boulevard and you hit Rogers Avenue, Jackson Avenue, those avenues. They're counting those streets into the total of land. And now everyone decided, realized you can't count those. Those are not private property. So this is one little tiny intricacy that has come up after engineers and Bob and Anthony and I have looked at this. I think Bob came up with that maybe yesterday. So this is just one little tiny thing, and these things have been coming up for weeks. And it's a very interesting project. It's frustrating because it takes so long, but it's a very interesting thing.
We won't run the same thing with another company.
Pardon me?
Who's to say we won't run the same thing into another?
We have all our.
Yeah, there's a lot of just to chime in quick. I mean, there's a lot of issues like you just mentioned, Ted, that you come up with as Bob said, as you go over drafts. You know, as you you go through a draft, things change, you take a different look at it. So it's like, every time you're looking at it, you're taking a fresh look at it. And things do pop out. And the more you read, the statute, the more you kind of see what's going on there. So I agree with everyone. I mean, it is a complicated issue. It's a complicated review, and it has taken some time. So, but we're getting there.
It's well worth our time that Bob has spent on this. If it's going to prevent a lawsuit, that Bob then has to spend a lot of time on that with.
Yeah.
So that's what I would suggest. We just call a special meeting for Monday. If we don't have it done by Friday, business day, 4 o'clock, I'm not firing Delta.
Well, that's what you would be doing, but you don't have to say that if you don't want to.
But I wouldn't, I'm not, we're going to have to pay them for their time. I understand that part. But they're not getting the job done. And the last straw was when their man got called out of town and nobody bothered to realize that they had to take care of us. We were left in the lurch for 2 weeks until they...
So you're calling a special meeting for Monday, and if they, basically, if they get it in by Friday at 4, then we will cancel that meeting.
Yes.
Okay. So we don't really do anything tonight. We don't need to take a vote on it.
And I can participate by Zoom.
Oh, yes, we can make it. We can make it 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Our special meetings don't have to be at night.
I'm going to say 5.
5 would be fine. 5 Monday. 5 o'clock Monday.
Unless we hear from you.
I need to ask about a special meeting because I knew I was going to need one.
Okay.
So I was going to ask you. Yeah, Monday at 5. And as long as we're having a special meeting on Monday, I would like to add a second thing to the agenda, if I'm allowed to, and get the meeting procedures done also.
You need to specify.
That's what I'm asking. Can we write that into it? That's what I'm asking. If I'm allowed to write into things.
Yeah, we should have a vote on it. So it would be a special meeting at 5 o'clock on Monday to discuss the potential hiring
She
of
went to the
Barton and
bathroom.
Lodgedice.
Yes.
And for the approval of the meeting procedures.
Yes.
I'm sorry, the phone isn't working too hot. I didn't hear you. The first for Monday we're going to do the petitions. If they don't come in on Friday, I guess that's right.
Right.
Or we're going to do this.
I don't think there's going to be when you say the petitions, I don't think there's going to be a motion to approve or not approve the petitions. I think the discussion would be whether to hire Barton and Lodgedice on Monday.
Yeah. And then what's the other issue for Monday?
The meeting procedures that we discussed earlier.
Oh.
Okay.
We'll take a vote.
If we get the information by Friday, are we going to have a meeting just on meeting procedures, or does that get bumped?
No, we can cancel.
We'll cancel for both.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll cancel for both. I won't.
So one last little item to nail it down tight. Who is going to call and what time Delta and tell them this tomorrow? Because that's an important piece of this whole puzzle.
Yeah.
And
I'll call them first thing in the morning.
Anthony will call. I do have a question. If they have them in and everything's all right by Friday, can we have a vote on Monday on the petitions? These people all want this over and done with, and I certainly want it over and done with. Or do you think? Turn down the cold.
I know, my feet are freezing.
I think it would be wiser to wait till the 21st.
Okay, I just wanted to
I
ask.
want to review it again.
No matter, we're going to have to spend the time to look at it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So, do you want to have a vote on that meeting?
Yes. Eileen, we need somebody to make a motion.
She's shutting the air conditioners off.
Well, go ahead, Linda. You're the one that brought this up. Are we making a motion to do the special meeting? Is that what it is?
Yes, we're having. I want to make a motion to have a special meeting on Monday at 5 o'clock to discuss hiring Barton and Lodgedice if Delta doesn't come through with the petitions as approved by Anthony and Bob, and on our meeting procedures.
I'll second.
Okay.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
All right. Well, roll call. that motion? Trustee Connectney?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
No.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
I would say, yes. I think that's a fair conclusion. Since we don't have any choice anyway, but,
Okay.
Okay.
I called you, right?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Sure.
okay. Okay.
Let's see. We're gonna, going to have to wait.
Can I comment about that?
If you'd
Second.
like.
Just for a second. Since, a few, meetings ago, we voted 5-0 to rescind the law. I was wondering if I could make a motion to addendum that law. Is that allowed?
I don't think law, I think authorize for the law and to move forward with the public hearing process. That was back in the second June meeting, I believe, where you wanted me to draft up the law.
Yeah.
We had the public hearing in July, but there was no vote to rescind the recycling facilities law
Correct. Because it wasn't a law.
because we're waiting on the protest
Oh,
petitions
okay.
for that.
Well, can we addendum the possible proposal on that law? Since it hasn't been enacted yet, because we don't know.
Well,
We add an addendum to that law.
We could, absolutely. If it's a substantive change, it will trigger the requirement for another public hearing.
I understand. If the protest petitions are in and we're gonna vote in 2 weeks, we could probably get this thing enacted within 2 weeks, I would say. The 239 would go.
If you
that's-
change
look,
anything, we'll
that's
have to do the
nothing.
whole thing all over again, the public hearing, the whole thing.
If there are substantive changes, we would have to send it back to the planning board for their review as well as the 239 for their review and a public hearing.
Okay.
And provide the appropriate notices. So I'm not trying to discourage you, I'm just saying that that's what the process would be.
All right, well, I'd like to make a motion anyway.
Well, can we work on the first motion first? Or do we already did it? Never
Yeah,
mind.
we did.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm behind the time.
I'd like, oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Pat, I'm sorry.
I'd like to add an addendum to that law, which would prohibit any recycling center or operation to incinerate, burn, or use heating equipment which would cause air pollution that could affect public health. Since our plan was to,
You can do that with a
If the-
memorandum, right?
if the, I'm just making the motion.
can you, it's hard for me to hear you the most of all, Pat. Could Bob or maybe Anthony read your wording on what the motion is?
I don't have it in front of me. I don't know, Pat, maybe you need to restate it.
Yeah, I just said, let's addendum the law stating that any recycling operation in the village cannot use a process such as incineration or burning of product, which causes air pollution.
Ted was supposed to do this.
Yeah, I would,
Well, I would-
hold that over until we have all that in writing in
Well,
front of us.
it's not time for discussion yet. What I would do is I would,
It's been held over now, so we're all set, Ted.
you can't hold it over till you have a second. There's nothing on the table to hold over yet.
Well,
So in my thoughts on seconding the motion, since we've been told for months
Add
and
it
months
all
and
in, so I'm
months,
gonna see it in front of me.
may I finish? Since we've been told for months and months and months by Cheryl and by Linda that this is not an incinerator, they're not burning these batteries. Linda just sent off an email to DEC 3 or 4 days ago. They gave back an answer. This is not an incinerator. They're not burning batteries. Then this should be no problem adding this addendum to that law, and this addendum is saying that we will not have any facilities in town that do incineration or burning. So I agree with Linda on this, and I will make a second that we put this in law, what Linda has been saying.
Actually, I think it's wonderful. You were supposed to do this on May 7th. You were supposed to be making another law. Had you done that, we would have had this new law already. I'm not against what you're saying. I'm against waiting and holding up this first law for the second law. I just want to get rid of the first law one way or the other.
Is somebody going to hold it over, or are we going to vote?
No.
We're going to hold over.
Hold it over until we see it in writing. Put it all in writing, Ted, and then we'll vote on it next meeting.
So do we, every time you make a motion and Linda makes a motion, are we now going to have to see it in writing?
Well, that's what you've been
if you're going to make Pat do that or me do that, then it's got to be fair for everybody. We've made a lot of motions.
Same thing to us.
We've made a lot of motions tonight.
Maybe we need to just kind of talk through this and
yeah.
So back in May, recycling facilities were approved as an allowed use in the industrial district. The repeal law would reverse that, and so that recycling facilities would not be an allowed use in the industrial district. So are you saying you want to keep that? I take it.
Absolutely, yes.
And then add a second section to it that says any recycling facilities, I think the idea is it wouldn't be allowed in the first place.
Well, in the future, to squash any of these trash heap or whatever you want to say about it, they would just nail it shut once and for all.
Nice if we made a new law, like the second law.
Well,
so Bob is right.
That's what you've guys been asking for all along, and that's all I'm asking for is the same thing. Write it down, bring it to us, let us see it how you want it, and word it, and let's go from there. Don't just throw it out in the middle of the meeting because you yell at us for doing that. So let's just all follow the same procedure.
Yeah, but you haven't followed that procedure, so nobody else has to either. I haven't seen any motion in writing tonight.
Yeah, it is a sensible question.
Yeah.
Actually, I think what Bob is getting at, Pat, and tell me if I'm wrong, Bob, that your motion for an addendum would have to be added to the rescinding law, or the rescinding, I guess you call it the rescinding law.
You either add it to the rescinding law, or you just do another separate law that would address a prohibition on incineration of products that cause air pollution. I think we'd have to think a little bit about how we want to word that. And that probably should not be limited to just recycling facilities, probably any business, if that's what you want to do. But I think Cheryl's right, we got to get it down on paper and look at it. But
we have to look at that very careful because we've got crematoriums here in the village.
Yeah. Yep.
So we've got to be careful.
And think about what zoning districts, or maybe we make it village-wide. I don't know. I think you're probably thinking village-wide.
I'll have it for you tomorrow.
A new law would be fine. Making a new law like that's what Ted was supposed to do in May. And we were all on board with that, making a new law. Way back then, we were agreeing to it. So I have no problem with it.
Just let's think about the practical effect of doing this, though. If you're saying we delay a vote on the rescission law, is that what you're saying, Pat? Because I think
we have to, Bob. I think we have to go back to that. I think we have to go back to that.
On the protest
Ted, he's speaking.
And the rescission.
Thank you, Cheryl.
So that they were filed at the same time. I think that was the idea that was discussed back in June.
Yeah, I would not want to delay
in July.
Separate the vote. I didn't know how fast that could be done with a planning board meeting, zoning board, and a quick public hearing. I don't know if that could be done within 2 weeks, and then everything comes together again, on the 28th. And it's all wrapped up.
There's new people in Broome County too. Fran Evangelista has retired.
No, I mean, the county has 30 days to respond to a 239. We'd have to get this in front of the planning board. We'd have to schedule the public hearing. It's not something that can be done in 2 weeks, and we'd have to draft it. So no, this would not be something we could do in 2 weeks, unfortunately. I mean, we could certainly get the ball rolling on it.
Okay.
And get it underway.
Wouldn't it be more advisable, Bob, to do it as a separate law?
I think so, because I think the point of the rescission law was to undo the vote from May 7th. And then you can think about what other restrictions you want to put in to the code addressing incineration and those kinds of things.
Something up.
Huh? Then we should draw up a new law then.
I mean, unless you wanted to delay the vote on the rescission law and delay the vote on the protest petitions.
I don't want to delay the vote on the protest petitions. I want that over and done with because we've already held it over. I'd like it done with. I don't care what you guys do about the other stuff. I just want that finished.
Well, maybe I'm okay.
It looks.
Maybe the.
It looks like whatever. It looks like whatever we do, we can't vote on it tonight anyway. But maybe Pat, you could ask Bob to put into motion drawing up a new law about that. Just like we did with this rescinding, or else the May 7 law. I forget which one it was now, but
I can do that.
Yeah,
but maybe the protest petitions will pass. Maybe we won't even have to do it.
Yeah, and that's another thing we're thinking of. We're putting the cart before the horse.
But I could start drafting something contingent on how the protest vote turns out. And
yeah.
Expedite it.
One thing to be careful of when we're using the word incinerate, there's clearly a disagreement out there as to what that word means. DEC finds that a certain facility is not incineration. It appears even EPA has a different view of this, and I know, the folks over at No Burn Broome have a different view than DEC. So I think we'd have to be careful about what we're calling incineration and how we're defining it. So we're going to get caught up in details like that. I mean, I'm not saying we don't do it, but I think it needs to have some thought put into it.
Oh, we can get as detailed as we have to, but they're trying. The Sungil people are thinking that we were throwing all these batteries in a heap and firing up the furnace, and that's not what the concern is. The concern is the plastics and the junk that's going to go. The plastics are going to be burned and go up the stack, and we know darn well they're not burning up the Tesla batteries and just there they go. We're smarter than that. So, but I'll draft something together and put something about. Okay?
Good. Telling my husband I am still at work. That's all I'm doing. Telling him I am still at work.
I'll stop talking.
Okay, should we go on to new business now?
Sure.
Okay. We have more to do.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. We have new business.
And that we're on new business. I didn't get a chance to talk to Bob regarding this, so I'll have to just take that off for right now. We have to work on that. That's the code I was talking about that we have to, that's outdated, that we need to rewrite. So that's what that one is.
Okay. All right.
Overnight parking. I just had one question on it. Are we talking? This is the parking committee that's working on that.
The parking authority, yes.
Parking authority. And is there a fee for that? Or is there going to be a fee? Are they talking about that?
Fee for what?
For a parking permit, because it would be good. A lot of people can't rent the second floor of the stores on Washington Avenue. They can only rent to a certain clientele. They can't. It's very difficult to rent to someone who has a car because they don't have a place to park. They got to go buy a parking permit from us. And then there's the snow issue. Can they leave it in this parking lot during the winter and all that stuff?
There's parking lots that have designated areas to park between 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. What we need to do is we need to redo the code, because there's a lapse when there's specification in the code where it says parking allowed 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. So there's a lapse between 9 p.m. and 1 a.m. on those ends, designated ends where you're allowed to park overnight. So that code needs to be reworked and rewritten, because we believe that the 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. was put in there when there was parking attendants and parking booths. It was never updated. But the one section of that was updated to allow parking 1 to 6 a.m. because of the snow removal and for tenants. So we just got to clean that code up a little bit to allow the tenants to purchase a parking pass and be allowed to park there in the parking lot all day if you're working there. But if you're a tenant, to park there all day and also into these overnight parking spots.
Sounds like you're on it. Sounds good to me.
We are. Okay, we all set?
Yep.
Okay, now we come to the hearing of visitors. And Anthony has the list, so we'll let him start off with the first one on his list.
3 minutes?
Yes, 3 minutes. Everyone can speak for 3 minutes.
Okay, so we have hearing of visitors. As the mayor just said, we'll have a 3-minute time limit on this as well.
What their topic is.
And here's their topic, Anthony.
Okay.
So you know.
Okay.
I kept all their emails so that it would be easy for him to understand who the topics were for.
I feel like I've been in 5th grade, but you don't need to listen to that comment.
Okay.
Okay, first we have Amanda Smith. And I did, let's see.
Hi.
Hi.
So,
I got the right, okay.
Yep, that's me. I think,
Okay.
based on what we heard tonight, I'm allowed to talk about anything in the meeting, which is why we held them to the end, so that we could, talk about anything.
No, you have to have the specific thing that you talked about. But it's about Sanjil, so you can say anything about them you'd like.
Okay, I just wanted to add in that it's very clear that the 3 women there are trying to take our voice away, but that's fine. It's very clear to the residents. But so what I wanted to say about Sanjil, I don't really have anything prepared. It's the same old stuff. The residents don't want them. It's shocking to me that you guys are so blind to that and unwilling to listen to your residents that you're supposed to be representing and advocating for. And by that, I mean the 3 women on the board, obviously. The town of Union is now starting to advocate for us, and Senator Akshar, and we're going to continue to get more and more people who are going to advocate for our side and our safety and our health and our environment. And the more that happens, the more embarrassing it's going to be for you guys, especially for anyone who's up for re-election in November. So that's all I wanted to say. We don't want it. The residents don't want it. It's all old news. You guys already know that.
Okay, well, thank you, Amanda.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Olwen Searles. And let's see if I can find it. Yeah.
I don't see her anymore.
But is she? She was on there. I did see. Is her picture up? It's not. No.
I don't see her name.
No.
No, she's
It's
gone.
on. Okay. Well, I'll see if
If she comes back on later,
yeah,
she
maybe
can
we'll
be
come
on.
back. Paul Connett next.
You're on mute, Paul.
Yeah, you just gotta unmute yourself. Oh, there you go.
Okay. You know, I've waited 3.5 hours to speak for 3 minutes. I think that's good evidence that you should have these public comments at the beginning of the meeting, not at the end. Anthony, can I share the screen, please? Can I share the screen?
Yeah, I think we have it off. Yeah, I think that option is off as when the meeting was set up. So I don't see where an option I can do that right now.
Okay, well, for future reference, could you allow screen sharing? Because it's easier to talk to a picture. I want to clear up some confusion about the whole word of incinerator incineration. The purpose of Sunjeel is to recycle the metals, the metal oxides, and that's going to be done in South Korea. But the process involves incineration. And let me explain exactly what the purpose of this process is. The metal oxides, which you want to recover, are attached to the aluminum foil of the cathode by a sticky stuff called polyvinylidene difluoride. It's called a binder. That sticks the metal oxide powder to the aluminum foil. The central challenge to recycle lithium-ion batteries is to get rid of that binder, to get to the metal oxides. And there are many different ways of doing it. One way of doing it is to heat, to put the batteries into a rotary kiln, heat up to 600 degrees Celsius. That will do two things. It will melt the binder, it will vaporize the binder. Then those vapors then go to the afterburner where those gases are burnt, incinerated. That's where the word incineration comes. Whatever you call it, the issue is that burning polyvinylidene difluoride is a very, very dangerous process. These gases that are produced in the afterburner will not be removed entirely by the air pollution control equipment and go into the environment. These gases, the fluorinated byproducts, have not been considered by the DEC. Instead, we get this mumbo jumbo of semantics, calling it a process. But the central issue is that the process burns polyvinylidene difluoride in a combination of a rotary kiln and an afterburner. The products are very toxic. They are not completely controlled by the air pollution control device. That's what the citizens are concerned about. That's what we've educated the citizens since April to understand, that that's the central issue. But the key point is you can separate these metal oxides, which everybody wants, without using high temperatures. You can do it with orange peel and citric acid. You can simply dissolve the metal oxides out. And there are other ways of doing it, but that's simply the mildest chemicals that you could possibly use. Orange peel powder mixed with citric acid will dissolve those metal oxides out. Completely safe process, not like Sunjeel, which is a very dangerous process. And considering the location, you do not want a dangerous process for Endicott. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Paul.
And we did send that. So, yes, that process, yes.
Next we have Carol Layton.
Yes, my concern is about the Sunjeel battery recycling company that is proposed in the current zoning law. Under the current zoning law, before this new law was written, this type of facility was not allowed. So why then if it's not allowed in the industrial zone of Endicott, would you create a new law simply to allow a company to come in that is dangerous to the residents of Endicott? And also, why is it taking so long to rescind this amended law? If you're going to rescind it, just rescind it. Why are you waiting? Why is it determined because of the petition? If you intend to rescind it anyhow, why wait? Why not just do it? And then I'm also very concerned about all the rules that Linda Jackson is imposing on these public meetings, which I don't think are very fair. They don't allow the public to talk, and I don't believe it's being done in a very democratic way, and it's more like a dictatorship, and it is not fair at all. And I can understand why she does it, because she doesn't want to hear the concerns of her people who she's supposed to be representing. And to me, if she's going to be the mayor of Endicott, you would think she'd want to listen to the concerns of the people that she was elected to represent. That's my concern. So I object to the way she holds her meetings. They are not public meetings. You can't have a public meeting and don't let the public talk. I'm sorry, that's not the way it's done. And just because of this COVID thing, we've had to have Zoom meetings, and it's very hard on everybody. And if we didn't have COVID, then we'd be having public meetings in person, and people would be able to talk. So it's very unfair, and I do not agree with these rules that she keeps imposing on these meetings. I know that no one's answering questions, so I just wanted to voice my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carol.
Okay. We have Ellen Conant next.
Unmute, starts video. Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. I do think it's unfair that the citizens have to wait now 4 hours. It's now, well, it's 9:50 p.m. and the meeting started at 6 p.m. It would be best if your public comment period was held in the beginning of your meeting. I'm aware that's what most communities do. Anyway, you didn't allow the public to input when you made that vote tonight, so perhaps you could reconsider it next week. Linda,
our topic was Sungeo.
I heard that you said that the letter that Paul and I had published in the paper last Sunday supported the Sungeo process. It did not support the Sungeo process. The Sungeo has the dirtiest way of recycling batteries. It's the dirtiest and most polluting technology available today. And that's why we oppose it. There are cleaner ways of getting these precious metals. So we don't support the Sungeo process at all. Obviously, we do support recycling, and we support recycling that respects the health of the community and of the environment. Communities across the planet, oh, I keep turning myself off. Communities across the planet are opting for zero waste and zero emission technologies to protect the health of their residents and the global environment. A return to the toxic pollution we witnessed from 20th century industry is no longer acceptable. Not only is Endicott seeing the fruit of that lack of acceptability and having this one of the most controversial issues your village has faced, every village across America is going to say the same thing as Endicott residents. They don't want that pollution anymore. We demand cleaner technologies. I live in Binghamton. I can be affected by the pollutants coming out of Endicott. Toxic pollutants have no boundaries. They go everywhere. That's why the group is called No Burn Broom. So I really hope you will reconsider support of this dirty, polluting process. And lastly, I urge that the whole board support and vote for a full environmental impact statement for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Okay, and that concludes our hearing of visitors for the evening. So now we come to Eileen Konechny's favorite part of the meeting.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second. All those in favor?
You skipped over trustee comments.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're absolutely right. I did. Yes. All right. Eileen, would you like to make a trustee comment, please? I forgot we had added that.
No, I'm sorry. Thought about that. I didn't see that either.
I put my book away. I was just sitting here and I put my book away. I wasn't looking at it. All right. You don't want to say anything? Pat, would you like to make a trustee comment?
I'd just like to say I'm hungry.
Oh. You're right. Me too.
She should have said something.
Let's go out. Cheryl, do you have any comments?
No, I'm all set. And I just that we did send the orange peel process.
Oh yeah, the process that both the Connets talked about. I did send that to Gio because I did want them to know about it.
Can get that.
I think they should have all this information because they have been researching changing their process, and perhaps they will agree with the Connets' choice. I don't know, because like I keep telling people, I don't work for that company. I'll send it to them, but you know, I think it's a good idea for them to investigate the Connets' a new idea, because if they have a safer way to do it, we should definitely embrace that.
Oh, well,
so thank you.
No, not us. They need to embrace it.
Yeah,
they need to embrace it, not us.
True. Very true. Very true. So thank you. Ted, do you have any comments you would like to make?
I don't want to throw you into shock, but I do not.
Oh, you're tired too, right?
I heard someone hit the floor. Who was it?
Well, thank you so much. All right. Eileen, now it's your turn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, let's go get something to eat.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Cheryl, on this.
Okay, that looks like the end of the meeting. And I'm going to see if I can turn my camera back on. Wow, what another one, huh, friends? Another crazy one. Let's see if we can... Oh, I hate that fuzzy. That's all I can do right now, friends. I'm sorry about the... oh, I got to turn this one off, don't I? Okay, there we go. Oh, and that graphic is wrong. Darn it. Okay. So, that's it. Another crazy one. The three ladies on the board, 2 Democrats and 1 Republican, were really trying, you know, the mayor's Republican, Eileen Konechny, and Cheryl Chapman, once again trying to really go out of their way to limit public participation in terms of the number of hearing of the visitors. There was Ted Warner was trying to add back a second one, which has been a long-standing tradition in the village. And in terms of locating it at the beginning of the meeting when people could like make a comment before a vote. So, you know, and the thing is about, you know, pre-registering, isn't it kind of weird that, you know, they can have a hearing on all these different topics and they can call on the people just on the spot, but a public hearing is different and you have to declare what you know, what your subject matter is. I don't think that's legal, and so it's against open meetings law to have to declare at a public hearing or a hearing of the visitors. Let's say, my computer's a little laggy. I don't know why that's laggy. Yeah, I don't think it's they're adding a lot of rules that are not really proper. Linda Jackson wanted to hire a second engineering firm before the first one had a chance to really complete the work, and it was really complicated. I'm you know, very happy that the vote you know, worked out like it did. They were able to, you know, between Anthony and Mr. Bates, the attorney, and you know, Ted and Pat and everybody was basically saying, you know, let's give Delta until Friday, and to see what they can come up with, and before we go hiring another firm. And I think that that's really prudent. And like one of the, I think it was Carol Layton said, if you're, why do you even have to wait? This has been going on for weeks. It's been months, really. And if you're going to rescind this thing, just go ahead and do it. Why do you have to spend all this money on the Delta report, and double the money is what they were, what Linda Jackson was proposing. So it's all a little crazy. I just want to make one comment about what Paul Connett says. So Paul Connett says that he's worried about these binders burning. It's not just the binders. I'm really surprised that Paul doesn't have this right. It's not just the binders. It's also the electrolytes. The electrolytes are a liquid. That's what the dryer. That's why they call the rotary kiln a dryer. And because they're not drying water vapor, there's no water inside these batteries. But the electrolyte is a liquid. That's another thing in addition to the binder and the plastic pouch. There's quite a few elements of these batteries that will be burned. And I'm going to try to do something a little bit later on, and another show about this specifically because there's a new letter from Reggie Parker. It's on the Fox 40 website right now, and Reggie Parker is saying this is not an incinerator, which is absolutely ridiculous. And I'm going to prepare a show on this where I'm going to show you letters from the EPA, and from Sunjil's own attorney, Sunjil's own engineer, Sunjil's CEO. I'll show you a video of the CEO talking about the electrolytes will burn in this process. So I think that's it. Let me just check really quick to see if anybody's talking in the chat. So anyway, so Paul keeps talking about the binder. The point is there's the binder, there's the electrolyte, there's the plastic pouch. All of those things will be burned in this proposed facility. So let's see. We have 19. Let's see. We got John Solak. Flush once for yes, twice for no. That's funny. What temperature melts a Nobel Prize? That's hysterical. 1948 for the gold. Brett, I wanted to know what that means. Let's see if you answered. The nice part, PA has that set in law for remote meetings, and I do not know one municipality that has a remote meeting in Susquehanna County. Huh, that's interesting. Tom, you're a stalwart, Tom, for hanging on. And Renee, too. Renee went. Both of you stuck it out through this whole long, exhausting meeting. So good for you. Renee says, those ladies are not ladies. History hunting with Tom. Linda has some wild ideas. Yep. And Renee says, I'm surprised this whole thing isn't a reality show. No kidding. I mean, we've been having some discussions. I talked with my friend Terry Farrell about writing a book about this. So, it's our kind of dream that eventually somebody's going to write a book about this, because this has really been a spectacular crap show, if we can try to stay family friendly here. It's just really been nuts. I agree with you, Renee. This has really been spectacularly bizarre, every aspect of this thing. So maybe somebody will do a TV show about it, a reality show. Maybe somebody will write a graphic novel about it. And I hope if I'm in the graphic novel, I hope somebody draws me handsome. So, okay, I'm tired. I'm sure you're all tired. It's 10 o'clock. I'm going to sign off unless there's any last minute comments in the chat. And I'm doing a lot of work, friends, behind the scenes. Believe me, I'm doing a lot of FOIL requests and doing a lot of research. And I'm going to have some new material coming up pretty soon about this. I'm also going to do some shows about COVID, since this is like, I didn't have any interest in fracking or natural gas infrastructure until it was thrust upon us in this region. So I got interested in that then. And then bomb trucks came along. I got no interest in trucks. I jumped on it because it seemed like a new threat. Then there's, hazardous waste, incinerators in Endicott. I got no interest in that, but it was thrust upon me. Now we've got 5G. That's coming up. I'm doing research on 5G. We all have to get together as a community and try to see what we can. I'm still learning about 5G, and I'm encouraging all of you to too. So there are some Facebook groups called Say No. There's a Facebook page called Say No to 5G Broome County, and there's a similarly named group, which is a discussion group. If you're interested in the 5G issue and just learning about what it is, I don't even know. I'm going to be learning along with you. Join the page, join the group. Let's learn about it together. Let's learn about the human health impacts and see what we can do about it. And, then there's COVID. I got no interest in pandemics or epidemiological methods or anything like this, but it's thrust upon us. It's thrust upon all of us. It's really screwing up all of our lives. So, I've got a different opinion about COVID. I've done a lot of my own research, and I've been doing some shows. I'm going to be doing a lot more shows about COVID coming up. And I've lost a lot of friends over this. A lot of friends that I know are really, they wear masks everywhere. They want the vaccine. That's really different. I think masks are dumb because they don't work. And that makes them unnecessary. If they don't work, then they're unnecessary. And they also are basically an act of self-harm because, they trap germs. People are getting rashes from wearing these masks all the time. It's not a natural thing. This came out of nowhere. Carbon dioxide, according to OSHA standards, wearing a mask creates an unsafe environment. According to OSHA standards, within seconds of use. This is an experiment they put little CO2 meters inside the mask right near your mouth, and within minutes they start alarming. Okay, so I'm not going to get into a whole thing about vaccines right now, but it just seems like there's a whole lot of really smart people that I know, some with advanced degrees, master's degrees, PhDs, that are buying into this whole COVID thing. I don't buy it. So bottom line is, friends, I work in the public interest. I'm doing a lot of work behind the scenes. I spend 8 hours a day or longer researching these topics, making videos, educational materials. So if you can support me, that would really help me. Donations in any amount are always gratefully received. You can see the link right down there, tinyurl.com. Where can you see my finger pointing? Donate to Bill Huston. See if you see that down here, tinyurl.com/donate to Bill Huston. Or you can send me a snail mail. Do you see up here? Up there is my snail mail address, William Huston, P.O. Box 22, Endicott, New York, 13761. Okay, friends, I'm going to sign off. Thank you so much for all you wonderful people, Renee and Brett and John Solak and History Hunting with Tom, for hanging out such a long time, 4 hours. Long meeting tonight. God bless you all. I hope you all are healthy and safe. And I am going to... Oh, the last thing I just want to say is be sure to subscribe to the Bill Huston podcast. That is always beneficial. It's beneficial to you and to me, because if you click that bell and select all notifications, you're going to get an alert somehow, either an email or a text on your phone of some kind, notification whenever I post a new video or go live. And it helps me because if I get a certain amount of subscribers and channel growth, they turn on additional features for me. So that will help me out too. So be sure to like the video before you turn the stream off. Hit the like button, the little thumbs up at the bottom. And I'm going to see you next time. See y'all later. Bye.